Angie Stone was a powerhouse, R&B, soul and neo, soul singer, songwriter and producer, whose rich, velvety voice defined an era of smooth, heartfelt music. Born on December 18, 1961, in Columbia, South Carolina, she first gained recognition in the late 1970s as a member of the Sequence, one of the first all-female rap groups. She later transitioned into R&B, making waves with albums like Black 99 and Mahogany Soul, which featured classics like No More Rain and Blue the Blue. Her music blended soulful grooves, deep storytelling, and a gospel-rooted sound, earning her multiple Grammy nominations and lasting influence in the industry. Beyond her music, Stone was also an actress and songwriter, collaborating with icons like D'Angelo, Alicia Keys, and Lenny Kravitz. Her contributions to neo-soul left an undeniable mark, influencing generations of artists. Quiet Storm FM. Angie Stone, rest in heaven.
Step into the soulful universe of Angie Stone Radio, a sanctuary for classic R&B, smooth grooves and heartfelt storytelling. The station isn't just about music, it's about culture, legacy, and the voices that shape generations. From the deep-rooted traditions of Quiet Storm to Angie Stone's own iconic influence, this is where soul music finds its true home. Powered by Tony's More Gems. Powered by Tony's More Gems. Step into the soulful universe of Angie Stone Radio, a sanctuary for classic R&B, smooth grooves and heartfelt storytelling. The station isn't just about music, it's about culture, legacy, and the finds its true home. Powered by Tony Small Gems. Powered by Tony Small Gems. Powered by Tony Small Powered by Tony Small Powered by Tony Small Gems. Powered by Tony Small Gems.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Hello. Got a lot of information to drop on you today. We're going to drop as much as we possibly can because we want you to have the rest of the story. Now, with that being said, we have to find ourselves going down a road, not a rabbit hole, but a road to see where evidence actually takes us in this case, because things are about to ramp up to a whole nother level. And I'm telling you, it's very interesting. It's interesting to the very least. And so while you come in and get acclimated and get yourself together, I'm going to show you the information for you to see for yourself. Yet at the same time, a lot of this information, I want you to use common sense. I'm not going to lead you in a thought process for or against, but at least give you the information so that you can think for yourself and let your good grace of common sense lead you to a place where you can somewhat feel comfortable that you have good information. Okay, so that's where this is going at. This is what I'm doing with this, and this is what I need you to know. Sorry about my phone ringing. Wow, there. I should have cut that down. So, so that's what's happening, and we have information to give you. So we're gonna recap a little bit, and then move forward. Okay, so. Right now, we're going to give you some recapping of the type of things that have been said in the past. Now, these things don't necessarily mean that I agree with them, but I'm going to give you the story so that we can paint the picture, the broad picture, as to what is going on and what is taking place now, because that is the official information that we need. What is taking place now?
She stated that Angie Stone asked the driver that was driving aggressively to stop. Even Sharita stated she asked the driver to stop driving aggressively. He did not stop.
If that sniper at the top and he got at a certain particular spot where there's no cameras, so they can do what they gotta do. She is planning to sue the people that hired that driver.
Now, what if I told you that Angie Stone's death wasn't an accident? People have been side-eyeing this whole situation from the jump, and now her own bandmate is confirming what many have been whispering about. The driver wasn't just reckless, he was the hitman. And no coincidence that Angie was the only one who didn't make it. No wonder witnesses are coming forward saying that she begged the driver to slow down. On top of all that, there's a woman claiming she pulled Angie to safety, only for an 18-wheeler to tragically come out of the nowhere and finish the job. Now, this is sounding very orchestrated, y'all, and the way the receipts are rolling in, this might be one of the most disturbing and calculated setups that we've seen in the industry. I want Angie to rest in peace, but there might need to be some justice for Angie, so let's break it all the way down, because the deeper we go, the more things start adding up and start making too much sense. Y'all, it's been weeks of grief and confusion and unanswered questions since the tragic crash that took the life of Angie Stone. But now one of the survivors, Sharita Murphy, is coming forward, and what she's saying is not just heartbreaking, it's downright sinister. Y'all, Sharita was right there in the same Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van when it crashed at 4:25 a.m. on March 1st. That van flipped 3 times before getting hit by a Freightliner truck. And the way that Sharita and the other passengers are talking now, they don't just think it was an accident, they believe someone set them up. And the main suspect is the driver, at least according to them. The very person who was supposed to get them into safety may have been paid to make sure that Angie didn't make it out alive. According to Sharita, things got so intense before the crash even happened. The driver was speeding like a maniac and everybody in the van noticed, including Angie herself. But let's pause right there. If multiple people, including Angie, were begging this man to slow down, why did he keep speeding? And why was he in such a rush at 4 in the morning? Well, Angie asked him that exact question. He said he just wanted to get to Baltimore fast. That's it. No concern, no hesitation.
Stop. His words was he was trying to get to Baltimore fast. He didn't even care about who was in that vehicle with him. He didn't care about who was on the road with him. His thinking was just for himself.
But what really seals it is the fact that Angie wasn't the only one who called it out. Sharita told him multiple times that he needed to stop, but he ignored her too. And now with Angie gone, she wants this driver charged, and she's not alone. Other survivors are suing too.
Sharita words is she want criminally, the driver to be charged criminally, as he should.
But let's talk about the elephant in the room, because the way this crash happened, it's looking like more than just a reckless driver. First off, we already know Angie had industry beef. She wasn't afraid to call people out, and she had enemies, and that's what makes this feel like even more of a hit. But more on that later. But let's talk about the driver/alleged hitman. Who's he and what's his connection to all this? Well, the driver behind the wheel that night has been identified as Lethal Carter, an employee of Executive Elite Transportation LLC, a company based out of Atlanta, Georgia. But y'all, here's where things get real suspicious. See, Lethal Carter is no innocent chauffeur. This man has a serious track record. And I'm not just talking about a couple of minor traffic violations. I'm talking about a full rap sheet that should have made it impossible for him to even get behind the wheel, let alone transport A-list passengers. His history includes speeding violations, a parole violation in 2002, forgery, and a felony charge in 2001, driving with a suspended license in 2000, possession charges in 1998, theft by deception in 1993, and multiple theft and forgery charges in 1991 and 1990. Like y'all, this man was not supposed to be anywhere near a luxury transport van with celebrity passengers inside of it. And that's exactly why people are looking at the situation sideways. Because if he wasn't even legally supposed to be driving, then who put him in front of the wheel? The streets are whispering, and the theory is that he was planted there on purpose. And if his criminal history wasn't enough to raise alarms, let's talk about his behavior that night. According to survivors, Lethal Carter was yelling at Angie Stone. When she was pleading for her life, asking him to slow down, he yelled at her to shut up. So why would a professional driver even yell at his celebrity client? Something about this isn't sitting right. Because what professional driver gets mad at a passenger for wanting to be safe, unless, of course, his goal wasn't to get them there safely? And if you think that's crazy, hold on, because the next part is even worse, as some people believe that there was a literal sniper involved.
A literal sniper that may have been involved. Now, I don't know how factual that is because I've yet to find any information to support that finding, but I do want you to know that it is said, it has been said in the earlier days that might be the case. Now, I did hear that 3 pow-pows were recovered from the scene, 2 of which had been returned to, how should I say, the greedy one, the queen of deception. Yes, this woman right here, Shanna Shell, the owner of Sacred Sound. For we know now that she is the actual one that hired Lethal Carter. And she's the actual one that rented the van. Yes, everyone will want you to believe that for some reason that Lethal was an employee of Elite Transportation Services. And in fact, I cannot find any credible information that he was an employee. In fact, the very same insurance from the vehicle, Liberty Mutual, was in the name of Lethal Carter. Now, if Lethal Carter was a proper employee of Elite Transportation Services, then he would have been under the insurance of Elite. And that at that time, Elite would legally be bound to having $5 million worth of coverage by the Department of Transportation. That is the law. That is the fact. That is definitely what should have happened. But we now know that it did not happen. And we now know that it couldn't have happened because they weren't using the van for commercial hires like that. Elite wasn't. Yet everyone has placed the blame suddenly on Joseph Robinson, added him into the lawsuit, and then added Elite Transportation into the lawsuit when in fact knowing that he had nothing to do with it. In fact, knowing that he himself is incarcerated. In fact, knowing that he wasn't even out to talk to Lethal at the time of this hire. So what really gives here? What really gives? The point of falsified information being used in representation of lawsuits. You guys know you got to do better than that. But in fact, I believe, and I allegedly state that depositions will clear this all up. Yes, I believe this. I believe that the depositions are going to clear this all up. I believe the depositions are going to make everything to the point of clarity. It's coming. Those days are coming and coming and coming very, very, very soon. Now, there's more information to this story, and I'm going to give it to you right now. Here we go.
Not long after that, Diamond and her brother Michael Archer released a joint statement saying, "Never in a million years did we ever expect to get this horrible news. We are still trying to process and are completely heartbroken." And of course, even Jaguar Wright seems to think Angie's death wasn't just a tragic accident. And if you really look at what she's been saying, you might not be the only one, because Jaguar has spoken for years about how artists mysteriously pass away right when they're about to take control of their careers. And the way she lays it out, it's giving a pattern.
Look at Angie Stone.
Talk about what happened with Angie Stone.
I've known Angie since I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the last show we did together. Me, her, and Lettucey at the Showboat Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City. It was in the winter. It snowed. They were talking about canceling it. But Angie said, nope, there are people who are coming and we are going to be here. Jag, will you be here?
Let's not forget Jaguar Wright called out the strange circumstances around Whitney Houston's death, and the folks talked about her crazy. But then details started coming out about how Whitney was allegedly trying to break free from the industry control before she passed.
And then the next thing you know, she's dead. Ray J was the last person to see her alive. He let the dealer in, but she was sober, right?
And what about Michael Jackson? Jaguar Wright warned MJ was fighting against the very people who profited from his downfall, and we all saw how that ended. So now that Jaguar is side-eyeing Angie Stone's passing, the real question is it really that far-fetched? And that wasn't even the craziest part in all this, because after the accident, a woman came forward with a story that will make your jaw drop. This woman, who isn't still being fully identified, claims she pulled Angie Stone from the wreckage and moved her to the side of the road. And just when you think it couldn't get any more chilling, she says an 18-wheeler came out of nowhere, brushing past her, and then struck Angie, finishing the job. Now let's really think about this. As tragic as it is, you're telling me that Angie survived the initial crash only to be left vulnerable on the side of the street where a massive truck conveniently came through and took her out? And the woman who supposedly helped her, she was brushed by the same truck, but she never went to the hospital? Instead of reporting what happened, she just left the scene of the crime, left a dead body on the freeway or grass, and kept it pushing like nothing happened? Yes, it's all very suspicious. And get this, she posted a video about it, then took it down. So why would she do that? Did she realize, or that she said too much, or did somebody get in her ear, or did she lawyer up, sign an NDA, and then delete it? Because listen, something about her also isn't right.
We were helping this woman out off the side of the van, and I grabbed her hand and I helped her get down, and she seemed out of it and was holding her hand and she was wobbling around, and I said, baby, you gotta sit down. And then the next thing I know, I flew and I fell down to the ground, and I looked up and there was an 18-wheeler that had crossed the median into the oncoming traffic, and I knew that's what hit me and ran over and brushed over me was the 18-wheeler.
Then there's the fact that the Freightliner truck that slammed into that overturned van wasn't just any random truck. It was allegedly driven by Jared Wilson, a 33-year-old driver for CRST. And if you don't know, CRST already has a history of negligence. Sharita's source is questioning why Jared was speeding at that hour. I mean, it was 4:30 in the morning, so what was the rush? And let's not forget about these intense skid marks on the scene. This suggests that Jared was distracted, maybe even asleep at the wheel, before he realized what was happening.
ST, Jared Wilkinson, 33, of Skidmore, Texas. When we did research on him, we did find him. Boom, y'all see that? But he don't live in Texas. He live in a whole nother state.
But here's the part that's got people really side-eyeing this whole situation. Some are straight up speculating that Jared and Lethal are connected. That maybe this wasn't just a freak accident, but that these two were working together. And if that's the case, then we're talking about something way bigger than just reckless driving. But get this, both Lethal and Jared have gone completely silent. No statements, no explanations, nothing. It's like they're trying to disappear. Now I know what you're thinking. Who would want to harm Angie Stone, and how long have they been planning it? Well, there's a reoccurring rumor going around that even from the inside, yes, from behind bars, Diddy somehow found a way to get to Angie. And before y'all start saying, now hold up, how does Diddy get in this? Just hear me out for a second, because that van driver, Sharita, mentioned something really strange about him. Apparently he was into the same freaky lifestyle that Diddy is allegedly known for. And not only that, but he even tried to get down with her. Y'all know what I mean.
And then they say Sharita on another call with Stone was talking about the driver and her doing freak offs. Yeah, they are on some Diddy.
That's not even the real tea. See, Angie had enemies in the industry and she wasn't afraid to say it. She was openly talking about her royalties being stolen. She was out here calling out Universal, saying they took everything from her. And that wasn't even the only thing looking suspect, because why was her kidney transplant delayed for 5 years? Like, how does that even happen? She was on the waiting list, needing the transplant to survive, and for some reason, it just kept getting pushed back. So now people are wondering if they had to find other ways to take Angie out, since natural causes were just not doing it. Now, because while Angie had beef with multiple people in the industry, she always said that Diddy had never spoken to her, not once. But then out of the nowhere, one day Diddy approaches her and asks her to pray with him. Now tell me why Diddy, the same Diddy that built his whole persona around partying, power, and control, suddenly needed a prayer session from Angie. According to reports, Diddy was getting threats, and whatever was going on behind the scenes, he was scared for his life. And that's when he came to Angie. She said he saw the God in her, that he was crying out for help, basically letting her know that underneath all the fame, he was still a real soul who feared God. And now people are wondering, what exactly did Diddy tell Angie during that emotional moment? Because if he admitted something to her that could come back to bite him in court, especially with the up-and-coming trial, that could be a major problem. And y'all already know Diddy has said over and over again how much Clive mentored him and how Clive helped shape his career. So if Andy was out here holding on to secrets that could get Diddy cooked in court, then not just one but two powerful men had a reason to keep her quiet. Another thing that's been raising eyebrows is the fact that Angie had been telling people that Universal pretty much took everything from her. Plus, the timing of all of it, too crazy to ignore.
And Puffy came to me, first time, speaking to me as a decent human being. And he said, hey, Miss Stone. I said, yeah, what's up? He said, how are you? I said, I'm fine. I'm shocked you speaking to me. He said, Miss Stone, would you please pray with me about that party They were singling him out, and I don't think that he thought he was going to survive it. This day, he saw the God in me.
So I have to ask you, what was your favorite memory working with Diddy?
You know, personally, I've got to tell you, he really is a major star in this film tonight. He's his spokesman all the way through. I met him before I ever knew of him. I met him when he was 21 years old.
Because she started making these claims right around the time she was battling a severe blood infection. And this infection forced her to take a break from performing. And while she was recovering, she started looking deeper into her financial records. And that's when she allegedly found all these irregularities that pointed to a possible mismanagement of her earnings.
That nature, only to find out a lot of my publishing, a lot of my royalties, my mechanicals, they have all pretty much been stolen.
Let's be real for a millisecond. If there's one thing we know about this industry, they do not like when artists ask too many questions about their money. And looking at everything that went down, from Angie Stone's own bandmate raising suspicions to her daughter's gut-wrenching claims to even other people in the industry speaking up, her passing is starting to look a lot less like a tragic accident and more like a targeted hit. Think about it. A driver with a criminal record, a mysterious woman at the scene, a trucking company with a history of negligence, and Angie Stone herself speaking out about missing royalties and industry secrets. At this point, can we really ignore all these coincidences? But y'all gotta let me know what you think. Did Angie Stone know something that made her be a threat to powerful people? Was this just another case of industry greed silencing an artist before they could expose the truth? And most importantly, who really benefited from Angie Stone not being here anymore? Let me know.
The question is, who really benefits from Angie Stone not being here anymore? That is our question this week. Who benefits from Angie Stone not being here anymore? You see, it would seem like it would be the family. But I think it's deeper than that. I think that there's a greater picture here. And I think that this picture involves Shanna Shell and Lethal Carter. Not the higher ups, Shanna Shell and Lethal Carter. The lower minions that needed the money. The lower minions that had aspirations of building their own entertainment empire. These minions that were so greedy about doing things that they didn't have any couth about how they went forth of doing so. So the timing couldn't have been any more better. It just couldn't been. Because this timing has presented itself to say, oh, wow, she just got approved to get a transplant. We know there's not enough money to do so. We know this. We're with her. We know it. So is the timing right? Is the timing right? Alleged, I'm wondering if the conversation actually came out, well, what can you do, man? Well, I got a few things up my sleeve. Yes, I do. I really do. I think we can get some money from somewhere. I think we can get about $5 million, Michelle. But you forgot when you mentioned that $5 million, you were thinking that there were $5 million worth of coverage on the van because you have a semblance of understanding about how the law is and knowing that you need $5 million worth of coverage. But what you forgot was that you did a personal rental. And you knew that you had to give your personal insurance information in order to take the vehicle. As another content creator would say, are you dumb or are you stupid? You knew you we're not going to be covered that, but you weren't thinking about it. It just didn't add up. You put the plan, you devised the plan, and that plan that you devised had to go forth. Now, the wicked one, she's waiting on a word to move. Meanwhile, the twins are pissed off at you in the van. Sharita was downright mad. Sharita and her sister was downright pissed off. And I'm wondering, because of them singing on stage all over, backup singers, that they have met various prestigious people, and those people gave them the information to Rhonda Wills, a prestigious lawyer in her own right, one who has judged cases on court TV. Yes, Rhonda Wills. That Rhonda Wills. She is acclimated to the court. She knows how to handle herself in the courtroom. So what happens? They file a lawsuit. She then files a writ of prohibition to the courts in Georgia in order to practice on this case in the state of Georgia to be heard in front of a judge. Now, back to Sharita. She was saying, "Stop, sir. You're driving too fast. Stop, sir. Please slow down. Please. Why are you driving so fast? What is it? Why? Where are you going so fast?" Was he sleepy or was he just stupid? I think just stupid. Allegedly. That's what I think. I don't believe it was anything else other than that. Period. Just that. And now that the twins and the four have brought this case, we now know with some clarity that Ashton did his best to get Angie Stone out of the van, and he couldn't do it. He was, in fact, in the van with her when the tractor trailer hit. So the real story was right there all along, because all of them did not get out of the van when the tractor trailer hit it. They didn't at all. So, to the story of a sniper, so to speak, being on the scene, I don't know how to feel about that. There have been some said that they heard a pow-pow shot, but to this date has not been qualified. So I don't know what to believe when it comes to that story. I really don't. But what I do know what to believe is Angie Stone was not outside of that van. Then comes the question, why was no blood inside the van? There was no blood inside the van because she was pinned under the van, out the window, under the van. That's it. That's why. Now, that's alleged. Because I wasn't there personally, I can't say that it's a gospel yet. The police report says on the second vehicle, the tractor trailer, that she was thrown through the window. So it would make sense that that is what happened. Now, the other question that was asked was the fact that how did the doctor get on the scene and who called the doctor? There was another question that went along with that wasn't there respiration services done to try to get her to breathe? And the answer to both of those questions is yes and yes. Yes, there was a doctor on the scene, and yes, they did try to revive her. Thus, the autopsy report verifies that very same information that did take place. So therefore, that doctor that was on the scene ordered the transport of Angie at that time to the hospital. That's why there were no coroner at the case, because they didn't call it at the scene. It was called at the hospital. I'm going to repeat myself. Her death was not called at the scene. It was called at the hospital because they transported her to the hospital. Now, the big $1 million question is, how did Lethal seem to lose 2 hours in this situation? Rationally, I don't understand how that is yet. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. I'm really trying to figure that out. And I honestly, I don't have an answer to that. But Lethal, where were you for 2 hours? You said you were unconscious. How could you be unconscious for 2 hours? So here is a theory. Don't know it's factual, but here is a theory. And my theory is that him and Pillsbury left the scene and came back. Because Pillsbury stated that she left the scene. So was Lethal with her for those 2 hours and then drove himself to the hospital? Or will we finally get a report that he was transported by an ambulance? That information is a little hard to get because of HIPAA rules. However, some way or another, we'll get it. And we'll present it whenever it's gotten. Now, it is also said that Pillsbury was brushed by the truck. You were brushed by the truck? Really? And you were able to walk away and talk about it? Pillsbury is not even listed inside the lawsuit. Why is that not? Is it because she would be deposed by Lethal's team? And upon discovery that they will then see her information and want to get depositions from her themselves? Shannon Show is not listed as a cause of action in the suit. She should be. But is it that Lethal is keeping her secret also so that he can depose her? And then the opposition would be able to then depose her also? Or is it that they're praying, hopefully, that neither one of them will need to be called and that they can go on and live through their false accusations in this case? I'm going to go one further. I'm going to say alleged that Lethal knew all of this was going to take place from the very beginning. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say this man knew from the very beginning when he stepped off that stage wearing that black suit uniform, whatever it was he was wearing. He knew that. His mind was prepared. His thoughts together. everybody in place. And at the point of impact, everybody's ready. See, they thought no cameras was at that mile marker, but in fact, there was. The next mile marker down, 163, facing 162, did have a camera. And it did pick up the accident. So you were wrong, you were wrong, you were wrong, you were wrong. Now, if they watch, which I'm sure they will, that footage from the beginning at 4 a.m. to the end, when they finish cleaning up the scene, they will find that these events of things took place and or did not take place. One, they will see the ambulance picking up Angie Stone and taking her to the hospital, thus not leaving a body at the scene for the coroner to come and get. I mean, let's just face it, fans. There was no body of Angie Stone's there at the scene for the coroner to come to because it was moved. The body was moved, taken to the hospital, and then called at the hospital. The TOD was rendered at the hospital. Thus setting up, allegedly, the perfect crime. I said it. Setting up the perfect crime. This insurance grab is one of the biggest of 2025 that I believe has ever been done from a criminal from the state of Georgia. This is probably one of the most noted grabs of the year and probably will go down in infamy. How could you? How could y'all remotely put everyone at a loss for such a love star as Angie Stone? Tell me, how could that be? Why should that have been? And can you please make that make sense to me? I'm trying to understand the veracity of that. Let's test the veracity of truth from Mr. Carter, a noted person that beats women, a noted person of violence, a noted person that is known to rob and steal from banks, a noted person that is known to be a transporter of that funny stuff, a noted person that is known to have multiple identities, a noted person of proof through the court system to have several AKAs and aliases, a person known to the prosecutor's office of Atlanta to be a first-time convicted felon, when in fact he's been convicted more times than you can imagine. In fact, so many convictions that he should have been convicted as a repeat offender. One that should have been convicted under the 3 strikes rule. If that would have been so, he would not be at the time and place for Angie's demise. That's my opinion. Allegedly. Now, to move along down the line, we have something else to present. We've done it before, but we're going to do it again because I need I need this to get out to the masses. Okay, so you did file suit.
Yeah, we had to with the Sprinter van and the truck.
Okay. So, because you weren't listed on the suit with the twins, them.
Nah.
So you have a separate attorney.
Yep.
Oh, okay. And no, he don't have a separate attorney. He has not filed action civilly in the courts yet whatsoever. You filed yet?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No. Okay. All right. Okay. So well, can I ask just this question? Was she in the van?
Was she in the van?
Yes. You know she was in the van. Why would you have to ask me the question again? Was she in the van? Come on, dog.
When?
The day of March 1st. You know what day it was. Come on, when? Come on, man.
Yeah. Everybody knows she was in the van. We all was in the van.
Yeah, no, but I'm just asking the question because this is so much confusion out there. You know, where was she sitting on the van?
She was in the back of the van. Yeah, she was in the back of the van. I was in the front, so I didn't know they placements and stuff. I sat right next to the driver, and then it's a petition wall.
Right.
So I'm not sure where she was sitting at.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, I don't want to violate the principle of your
No, most definitely. I definitely understand.
Yeah. So, I mean, is there anything that you could tell me about it?
Not saying that fucking call. I can tell you, man, that was a great night. I can tell you that, and it was a beautiful night for her. The city of Mobile. It was fantastic.
Okay. It was not fantastic, sir. The reason why it wasn't fantastic is because it didn't end well. It did not end well. It would have been fantastic had Angie been able to be home. It would have been fantastic if she would have been around to talk about the beautiful concert that she was able to do.
In that situation that happened, yeah, it was a great night. And the twins would say it. You know, the twins, I know they going through what they going through and stuff like that.
Yeah, the twins did tell us. You're exactly right. They told us that y'all was driving too fast. They told us that they were trying to get him to slow down. They told us that you just was not in the right place at the right time. They told us that you didn't care. They told us that Lethal was trying to get at the box. They told us. They did tell us. You're right. They did.
But overall, the twins and them, they know it. You know, it was a good night, man. She did an amazing job on stage. If I ever get my cell phone back from the state troopers, I got video footage and stuff that I'll release once all of this stuff is taken care of.
Yeah, once it's all taken care of, but you ain't released no footage. You know why you didn't release no footage? You didn't. No, I'm gonna let you tell it. Yeah, I'm gonna let you tell it. Talk. So the troopers have your cell phone.
Yep.
Any reason for that?
They got all of our cell phones to verify any texting or anything that was said just because somebody died.
Oh, so nobody got to keep their cell phones. All the cell phones was confiscated.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, all of the cell phones was confiscated. Let me address this here part for a second. Airbus 10 says you can tell he was lying. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Airbus. I totally agree with you there. I agree. I definitely believe that he was lying. Now, he further said that this was a family trip. But yet, there was only one family member in that van. And the only family member that was in that van was Sheila Hopkins. And Sheila was with Angie because if anything should have happened and they needed to do the transplant right away, she would be with her and they would not have to go through the sources of getting her to wherever she needed to be. That's the facts. That's the facts. You state that this was a family event because you want to set up the lie, sir, and I'm going to call it for what it is. The lie, sir, the LIE, that you and Lethal Carter want the world to believe that this was a family trip so that you could take away the liability of your eritus clause of accountability. So now you want to plant the lie out there that this was a family event. You are an absolute liar, Dante. And in fact, Dante, did you just get married this past weekend with the same money that may have been given to you from that $15,000 that was stolen? You just got married this month. Was any of that money part of that money that you used, sir? Did you get married allegedly with blood money, sir? Because the $15,000 have not been accounted for. It's not. Where is it, sir? Where is the money? Where is the money? We don't know where the money is. And we want to know where the money is. But meanwhile, you also said that Lethal Carter donated $10,000 to your nonprofit for the kids. For the kids, Dante. I cannot imagine Lethal Carter giving $10,000 away to you. I mean, I don't see it. I don't see it. Do anybody else see that? Can anybody help me with that, please? Can you see that Lethal Carter would donate $10,000 to Dante Daly? Because in my purview thinking, that $10,000 was for something else. And it had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with a donation. Other than allegedly you being an accomplice. Uh-huh. Because I believe wholeheartedly that Shannon Shell probably helped y'all divvy the money up. You see, there is a purple bag, a Crown Royal bag, purple, laced with gold. That supposedly is the bag that would have had the money in it. Supposedly, it was said that that bag was seen in Lethal Carter's pocket. Those words came from Shanna Shell. Shanna Shell says she saw the Crown Royal bag in Lethal's pocket. That's what she said. And if she saw that bag in Lethal's pocket, then that means allegedly that Lethal took the money. And that says that allegedly he split the money with his co-pilot in this crime. Alleged crime. Alleged conspirator, Dante Daly. Yeah. That's what I see. That's what's unique to me. Yeah. That's what I see. Now, Before I release any more information, there is about 106 people watching this. And I don't ask for any money or anything or any whatever cash apps or anything like that. I don't ask for any of this because I do this from my heart. But I'm going to give you a moment to please get the likes up so that we could get this story out about Angie Stone in the algorithm. So I'm going to give you a moment or two to please get the likes up so I could do that. Thank you so very much. See, you don't have to like me. Liking me has nothing to do with it. But if you care about Angie Stone and you care about what really happened, you want to make sure that the world sees this. Because we're putting light on it. This is the Lethal Carter sector. And because we're putting in a lot of effort and a lot of time, at least, just please, make sure it gets shared and hit the like button. Now, let's pay a visit to a comment made by the insurance company so that you understand that there was no commercial insurance on this van at all. Because when I called in, I asked them about the insurance on there. And, well, I'll let you hear the answer for yourself.
Was this policy number put on like a police report?
It was.
Okay. What was the name of the guard that would have been our driver?
Lethal Carter.
Liefeld.
Carter.
Tartcher?
No. Charlie, Alpha, Randolph, Tango, Echo, Romeo.
And it was Liefeld was the first name?
Yes, Leethel.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to hold for just a moment for me, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach out to the personal lines department, and I'm going to see if they pull that policy and if that matches. And
she says she's going to transfer me over to the personalized department because she is in the commercial department, and there was no commercial insurance on the van. It was in the commercialized department.
That matches and whatnot. And then, I can bring you in there and you can go from there with them. Okay. So give me just a moment. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. One moment. Okay. Thank you for being so patient. So I have Luke on the line, and he was able to pull this up. He actually found there is a claim already started. So he's going to talk to you and go ahead and give you some information. Okay.
She transferred me to Luke, and Luke is in the personalized department. And she said that there was a claim already started. Now, I wonder who that was. I know exactly who it was. It was Dante Daly. Dante had automatically started the claim because he knew. He had already known in advance where to go. He had already known. He had already known about it.
So I appreciate you being patient.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good rest of your day.
All right.
Thanks, Luke. Bye.
Bye. Hello, Dave. This is Luke for Liberty Mutual. I hear that you were trying to find, call in to talk to the adjuster for this claim. Is that correct?
Yes. Because there's some things that I don't understand, so I'm trying to get clearance on it.
No, absolutely. I would try to help you more than what I'm about to usually, but I'm guessing because there was a death involved in this accident, they kind of closed off almost all the data. For instance, I can't even verify your birth date or anything because I don't have any access to that, but I have access to all the adjusters' information.
See, he had access to the adjusters, but he couldn't go any further because it's a personal claim. And because it's a personal claim, he don't have access to the information because there was a death involved. Wow. People, do you see this? You see this? Do you see how plain and clear this is? No one wanted anybody to know that they had prior information to even file. How did you get the information to the insurance company so fast, Dante? Because the police report wasn't out that fast. So how did you get the information? Who did you get it from? Lethal. Because the two of you knew in advance. See, Dante filed that claim. Yes, he did. Alleged. He filed that claim. And once everybody else found out about it and found out that it was a personal policy, now, oh Lord, we stuck. Oh no, what we gonna do? We better sue. Because their injuries and their medical bills have to be paid. Now, has there been any money paid out yet under the personal insurance side? That's the question. Has there been? The likes are at 63, and I need those likes to go up so that we can get this in the algorithm. So if you want me to tell you the story, I'm not asking for anything else. Just please get the likes up. And on this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day, thank you for tuning in to Quiet Storm FM. I'm yours truly, Tony Smooth James. You can hear us on iHeartRadio 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, simply by going to iHeartRadio and putting in Quiet Storm FM. Or you can visit our website at quietstormfm.org. You can visit us there and hear our station 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can also catch us on TuneIn Radio, Quiet Storm FM. many sources that you can hear us live 365, putting in Quiet Storm FM. You can take us anywhere you go on your app, on your TV, in your car, on your phone, or your tablets. We're there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And you could also hear this great content on our station. Now, back to the story. So Mr. Daly knows, and he knew, allegedly, how to file that insurance policy. He did. He knew what to do to file against it. And that's why, till date, he have not filed any action in court whatsoever. Not at all. He hasn't done so. Believe me and my team, we're watching. We're watching from all corners. What did take place is that CSRT has asked to be removed from the case in Georgia. And I think rightly so, because the accident didn't happen in Georgia. It happened in Alabama. And my personal opinion is that case should be in Alabama. And Alabama should have jurisdiction over the case. But I believe the likeness and dirtiness of the court system in Georgia, someone will go about finagling the right judge to keep the case in Georgia and go forth. But I don't believe it'll get settled there. I don't. Because I believe there will be some jurisdictional process that will take place that will limit the state of Georgia from moving forward at some point. I don't know what point, but I believe that some point that's going to take place. Then I would like for them to issue an order looking for Courtney Pillsbury. I would like to see the courts issue an order for the infamous Shanna Shell. These are things that we need to see take place in the early stages of this case, because if it moves forward, then they're going to need to get proper deposition on all of the people. They're going to need to get deposition from the doctor that was on the scene, the private ambulance company, the whole 9 yards. See, if they do this in Georgia, I'm wondering how they're going to get depositions from these people in Alabama when there possibly is a jurisdictional case issue, should I say. But we'll let the legal minds deal with that. Daryl Beasley, thank you so very much for that message. I appreciate that, sir. We're going to find out in coming days where the rubber meets the road. And how much of the road does it really meet? Because there are too many wrong actions that are taking place in the situation. I honestly think so. I feel so. I honestly feel so. And the reason I think so is because there's been so many things that have taken place that have just really tried to disrupt the whole flow, the quantum precipice of where this information coming out should go. And trying to control how it gets out. But sometimes wisdom has to take place and just sit back and wait. And as you wait, things will start to implode. And as they implode, you start cleaning up the debris. And when you clean up the debris, that's where you'll find the evidence. Yeah, you're going to find the evidence right there. It's going to be in plain sight. In fact, it is in plain sight. Because if you use common sense in this whole thing of deception, you're going to see that, one, Shanna Shell compromised the estate by filing for the appointment of the person head of the estate and her notarizing the documents. That's number one. Number two, she was given authorization by Shanna and Michael, allegedly, per Diamond, to collect money on behalf of the family under Sacred Sound. Now, the question comes to the forefront as to, did Shanna release any funds or the funds to Diamond and Michael to do what needs to be done? Also on the record is an act of violence that had taken place at the house after Angie Stone's passing. The police were called. The police couldn't get in, and they had to kick the door in. After that event, Sheila no longer felt safe at the home because she had been staying at the home during the week of the funeral. Actually, since the death of Angie, she was there. She was there before Angie passed. She was staying at Angie's house. Sheila Hopkins was. And after Angie's funeral, it got to the point where Sheila couldn't stay there. She just couldn't take it. She didn't feel safe. So she had to leave. And she did leave. She was saddened by that. She was hurt by that. She was hurt by the fact that she was not able to help her cousin that she loved so dearly. And in her early days, when she gave her statement, some things I don't hold her accountable to because she did go in and out of conscious, and she said a few times that she was going in and out of conscious. So I could see where the recall may have been a little difficult at the time because I interviewed her so early. This is why I haven't played the interview again yet. I am going to do so, but not yet. But it is up on the site. It's on the YouTube page. So you can see it. Or hear it, should I say. So with all of these factors and Diamond calling in down the road and saying that I gave Shanna the right to do it. Shanna ain't doing nothing that we don't know about. We handling business over here. We standing on business over here. Excuse me. The right phrase. We standing on business over here. Were you really standing on business? I were giving information that should have been considered gravely. I even stated how I personally felt that Shanna was going to get enough money and dip. And now, Shanna's nowhere around. She could be somewhere in Jamaica or anywhere. But if you can hear this broadcast, we're putting out an all points bulletin, AAPB, for her. And we'd like to hear from anyone that spots her. And send us a picture. We'd love that. We would love that because we want to know. We need to keep up with where she is. That's what we need to do. We have to do that. And as for this man, well, I'll let him tell his own story.
How'd you get involved in the game, and how do you meet someone like him? Talk a little bit about that, Lee.
Well, actually, game, like I said, I learned a lot, and I learned I would meet people that worked in financial facilities that didn't feel they were making enough money, but they were handling all of this money. So, we devised a plan that able me sometimes to pull up to the drive-in window 3 times a week, and so I actually made that a business. I put on a suit and a tie, and I'll pull up, and then if they say they need me to pull up again that day, then I'll go put on some overalls and a hard hat, and I'll pull up.
He'd put on overalls and a hard hat and go get that dirty money from the bank window. And when that source of money ran out, then he started moving the almighty rug, drugs, to where he got a trafficking charge at Fulton County and given 9 years, 9 months of probation as a first-time offender. Then he himself created a corporation named Sacred Sound, just like you see on her shirt there. And as he created that corporation, Sacred Sound, too, she owned Sacred Sound. And the money going into the bank account was in that account of Sacred Sound. How could she do that? What gave her the authority to do that? What made her feel like she had such right to do anything like that? This is why. Sunshine has come, and I walk right out. There's no more rain in this cloud. My sunshine has come, and I walk right out. There's no more rain in this cloud.
Huge thing. Shout out to my daughter, Lady Diamond, to Swaybo Twain, to Sacred Sound, to Ashton Evans. I mean, all the people that are in my immediate circle, to Cornerstone Management, a new management company that is holding me down. I think
Cornerstone Management that is holding her down. Swaybo Twain, Diamond, and this woman, this diabolical madness on the screen, Janice Shell. See, she knew that there was information given by Angie in these last days of her telling her story about her royalties that implemented her into the business of entertainment officially. So the days after that, she started getting things ready. She started prepping. And the way she prepped was she put herself in position to become a notary public. And she used those notary rights to notarize documents, legal documents, dealing with Angie Stone. Yes, she did. She used that authority to put herself in position to control In fact, I'm wondering, did she do a power of attorney and notarize it herself to give her the right to call companies and say, you don't have to deal with this person anymore. I'm now the person in charge of Angie Stone. My name's Shanna Shell. Shana Vache. Sacred Sound. We are now the authority for Angie Stone. You don't have the right to do anything else until you contact my company. That's what she wanted people to believe. And that is what she mandated from most people. This ugly woman on this screen did that. But Diamond said that they were standing on business. They were standing on business. I'm wondering, what business were you really standing on? What business were you really standing on? Cool, lady, cool. You are absolutely right. She says she's an average chick. All they got to do is investigate her and her movements during and after Angie's death. You're absolutely correct. Now, it has been said that she was engaged to Michael, but I have not found any credible source to that yet. In fact, what I did find out is that there is another young lady that's involved with Michael, and it's not Shanna. Now, I have not confirmed that, but that is what I've been told from family insiders. So, from the family insiders, her and Michael are not engaged at all. And that's all I could go by on this point until I get something different. So, again, I'll say to everybody, I'm going to take a moment and let you listen to the music for a second, give myself a vocal break, and ask you to please hit the like button. It is 121 of you here listening or watching the show. We don't ask you for any cash apps or anything like that. We're doing this for the love of Angie Stone, but we do need you to help get this into the algorithm. So at this point, I'm going to ask you, it's not about liking me, but about liking this story to get out to the world. So please take a moment to hit the like button. And as you do that, I'll play music and I'll be right back. And hello. I'm Tony Smooth Jams, and this is Storm FM. You can listen to us live on iHeartRadio 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all around the world, playing the very best smooth jams 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you back the old flavor of the Quiet Storm. Yes, the Quiet Storm. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. On iHeartRadio, Live 365, TuneIn Radio. And you can also go to www.quietstormfm.org. Again, that's www.quietstormfm.org. And can you imagine for one time that the investigators in Alabama were sleeping at the helm? Can you believe that? Can you believe that those officials in Alabama may have caused people to get money and they have absolutely no accountability for that money that they've gotten? Off of the back of Angie Stone, off of the wronging of her estate. Can you actually believe that? I can, because it's happening. Dante Daly, with his so much loyal ways, he himself has now gone to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and has himself a new wife, a new life, collecting some of that money to move forward. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, there are hurts going on because money is needed. But yet, Michael suffers. And Michael dealing with the hurt. Michael dealing with his own health issues. Michael, a young man that misses his mom. Michael, a young man that on his birthday found out that Angie Stone the clearance to get the kidney transplant. How much pressure can one young man take by having all of these things take place and he no longer has mom around to root for him, to cheer from him, or he cheer for her. How much can one young man take? How possible is it that people can do him this way, do his sister this way? How is it? How is it that you can still go on stage, the twins and different ones, and still be able to do tribute shows to Angie Stone and not tell the world the truth of what happened? Holding all of this vital information inside, close to the chest, so that conspiracy theories are created to tell a story. I think for the love of money is a reason that it would cause this to happen. Yet, I will clearly say that Ashton himself loved Angie Stone. And I believe that Ashton would have done everything possible to help Angie. I'm going to say that clearly. I believe clearly that Ashton would have done everything possible to help Angie Stone. Can you imagine Ashton in his mind sitting across from her, riding in this vehicle where a madman is driving so fast and they're asking him to slow down? Please slow down. Hearing Angie respond, I want him to slow down, but he doesn't do so. Ashton sitting there as a person that is handling Angie and as a person that cares so much about her health, knowing that she must be okay, wondering why won't this man slow down? And then, can you imagine for once putting yourself in his place, putting yourself in his mindset, thinking, this van is turned over. She's lying there. She's trapped in with the seatbelt. Somebody help me. Help me get Angie out of here. Please help me. Let's help Angie. He fell out of the van. But Ashton, Sheila, Angie, and one more person was still stuck in the van. They come up with this diabolical story that Pillsbury helped Angie out of the van. No, she did not. If she helped anybody, it was Sheila Hopkins, because Angie was still stuck in the van. But imagine, for one, Ashton, pain he may feel traveling with Angie all over. I showed you Saturday how Ashton normally goes with Angie everywhere. I showed you Saturday how the hairdresser, her stylist, normally goes with her everywhere. Except for the hairstylist wasn't in the van. But Ashton was. Can you imagine the hurt that young man lived through? Witnessing his friend, his employer, his mother-like, can you place yourself in this position to understand the PTSD he may have from this? Can you understand from his position the hurt? Can you understand from his position a natural star he could not protect? Can you imagine that Diamond knows this story? And even Diamond would not tell the story. Why is that? Why is it that Ashton is the only one bearing such hurt? The twins were talking, but nothing to this effect. Nothing at all. I don't think that they were standing on business here. I don't think so. But I don't pass any blame to them at all, because right now I don't have enough information to blame them. But I will say that your actions of filing a lawsuit so early is suspect to me. And I'm saying that if, in fact, you did have a relationship with Lethal before that accident, are you duplicit? Would be my question. And do you know more about his actions than you lead on, only because you feel or you felt that he endangered you at the time? And you just wanted, out of your mad anger, the world to know that you did not appreciate that. But in fact, you wouldn't tell the story. You know why you wouldn't tell the story? You won't tell the story, or y'all won't tell the story because you're afraid of Lethal. Y'all won't tell the story because you think that Lethal will torture you for opening your mouth. You won't tell the story because you know that Lethal will kick your door in. You won't tell the story because you know allegedly that Lethal will get someone to come after you. This is why you're not talking. did non-disclosure agreement ain't got nothing to do with it. You are scared of Lethal Carter. You're afraid. Because he is a dangerous man. And you know, if you come out publicly, your life is in danger. So I'll concede to that. I'll concede to the fact that you are afraid. I'll concede to the fact that you need to keep closed mouths because you are afraid for your life. You know this. You know this. I'm not afraid to tell it. I'm not afraid to tell it at all. I can deal with my own issues. I can deal with my own past. I've done my time. I have nothing over my head. And I am going to tell the story. Point blank. So if you will, take a moment to get the likes up, and I'll be back to tell you the rest of the story. Again, this is Quiet Storm FM. I'm yours truly, Tony Smooth Jams. Don't forget you can catch us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on iHeartRadio. Simply go to iHeartRadio, put in the search bar, live radio. And under live radio, you'll put in Quiet Storm FM. Our radio station will come up for you. Play 24 hours a day, nothing but the very best in old school smooth grooves. That love music, that music that makes you feel happy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And you can also go to www.quietstormfm.org. Again, that's www.quietstormfm.org to hear the best music. Send us messages and even be part of our family if you like. Doesn't cost you a dime, it's all free. Here, in fact, we don't ask for a dime here on this channel. As you can see, there's no Cash App information or anything like that because we just want to get out the truth about Angie Stone's passing. This sector is the Lethal Carter sector. It is not the Angie Stone sector. This is the Lethal Carters, where we will tell you all things about Lethal Carter and the passing of Angie Stone here on Quiet Storm FM. And again, I thank you so very much. I'm your host, Tony Smooth Jam, here on Quiet Storm FM, talking about the very subjects of Lethal Carter being, in my own words, the infiltrator of the Angie Stone death. And I believe that if it was not for his actions, Angie Stone would be with us today. That's what I believe. That's what I'll stand on. And until this court case takes place, we're going to be on it as much as we can to give you all of the information, all of the facts, all of the receipts that we can get to give you. Also, there will be artists giving us information, telling their stories about Angie Stone. So all of the information won't be bad. We're going to have some good information. I do have an interview coming with one of Angie's longtime producers. I also have several interviews with artists that will talk about her and talk about their lives in music here on the Quiet Storm FM, as we do play all of their music on the Quiet Storm FM. I'm going to take a moment to let you ask questions inside the chat. Your questions must be to Angie Stone, not anything else. Your questions cannot mention any other content creator. We don't talk about other content creators here, and we will not do so. So I'll give you a moment to ask those questions. Do that now in the chat. Again, thank you for joining us here at Quiet Storm FM. It's going to be enough for us to wrap it up today. We're going to keep it moving. I'm sorry. There is a question. Tay Legacy Peace said, did the police conduct a breathalyzer or any drug test at the hospital for Letha Carter? And the answer to that question is, it is stated so in the report, but I don't really know. I don't know. So that's how it goes. Cool lady, we will not make statements as UMG did anything to Angie because we have no proof of that. In fact, the proof that we do have is that this is a clear accident that is more than likely created by Letha Carter. There is absolutely no proof anywhere coming from anything outside of that. So, with all due respect, for us to make such a statement would be gross negligence because we don't know that. And I will not say that. Now, I will say this. I will say this much. There is an issue with Angie Stone's royalties. And we need to give it time to find out who is going to file and take responsibilities of the estate for that royalties to be divvied out. And in the coming days, we just got to wait to find out. We do know that Michael is in charge of the estate. And so there could be a few things that is leading up to that taking place. So I don't want to get ahead of the ball game and release that information. However, I can tell you that in the background, there is work being done to recover Angie's royalties still to this day. I will also go forth to say that the coder, Chester Wilkins, was originally hired. He was hired to recover or find Angie Stone's royalties. He charged her upwards of $40,000. He was given a deposit of $11,500, if I'm not mistaken. It was either $11,000 or $11,500 that he was given. And then inside of that, once the death of Angie Stone took place, he then filed against the estate the rest of the money, which was about $30-something thousand. So there is document on record at the court that he's asking for that money, and he's looking to be paid that money. Yet, in my view, he hasn't proven that he's done anything. So I would say to Chester Wilkins, stand on business and prove what you did, because right now is only word of mouth. You've not produced any documentation along with the filing of your reasonings of debt to the court at all. There's nothing like that on file other than you requesting that money and putting it against the estate. The other thing is that some people thought that Angie Stone had some money saved up while she was moving around. But in fact, that wasn't the case. I believe, and tomorrow I'll pull up as a record and put it on the screen, that in that filing, the amount of money that was in the bank claimed, I believe, was $20,000. And out of the $20,000, most of that money needed to be paid to someone that made a claim of the estate for giving Angie a deposit in advance for a show. And the show didn't take place because Angie was sick. She couldn't do the show. So that's the only reason, because Angie did her best to always make her shows. And one thing that you have never heard of in the industry is Angie Stone standing up a concert promoter not showing up at all. The only time that has ever happened is if she was sick, and there was nothing she could do about that. So she had an impeccable reputation of tuning in to her promoters that booked her and tuning into her audience to be there for them to do a show. So that's one thing that I don't believe can be said about Angie Stone. She was always there, and she predominantly always showed up. She did. The other thing was, and I'll wrap up with, is that she paid tribute to the passing of Jonathan Richards, and he was her longtime music director and producer. Put a lot into Angie music, made her the queen of neo soul. Jonathan did. The two of them together, Batman and Robin, the Kate duo of music, made it what it is today. And the tribute that I played for you the other day was her paying tribute to him for his outstanding work that he did with her. Not only him, but Eric Benet. Eric Benet was there, and Eric Benet did speak at the services also. Hopefully, we'll have an interview with Eric Benet. That's in the works, talking about Angie. We heard from one of Angie Stone's longtime co-writers, Juanita Wynn. We'll hear from her again down the road. So you're going to get the inside story of the close people that dealt with Angie Stone on a regular basis. And for the record, let me make clear, a lot of people did not even know that Angie Stone was in financial straits. Because of her pride, she kept most of that to herself. So even the people closest to her didn't know what she was going through. A prideful woman. A woman that owed nobody. She did her best to pay everyone. Over and over and over and over and over and over again, I hear that conversation. And they loved her dearly. Even for Juanita, it's very hard. I've talked to Juanita so many times. And you could hear the hurt in her heart. You could hear what she's going through. The missing of her friend, Angie Stone, her co-writer. A Grammy award-winning writer that has written for many artists. Juanita Wynn has. To suffer the loss. For Ashton to suffer the loss. For Chris to suffer the loss. For the twins to suffer the loss. For James to suffer the loss. And for them to suffer the loss of Jonathan. Both of them, their regarded loved one, in the same year. So wrapping up, somebody was greedy. I can't say who, other than point to Shanna Shell and Lethal Carter. I'm standing on that. And I'm going to stand on that to this trial. I'm going to also add that there is another victim besides Diamond and Michael and the grandkids in this. And I am going to say that Joseph Robinson is a victim of this also. Because Joseph Robinson had no way of protecting himself. And if you're saying, well, who's Joseph Robinson? Joseph Robinson is the owner of Elite Transportation. And I will say, for the record, legend, that Joseph Roberts has no paperwork of Lethal being an employee, no paperwork of him being responsible for his company driving that van down the highway with Angie and her crew. And I'm going to debunk the lie that Dante Daly stated that that wasn't a family event. You're a liar, Dante. It was not. It was not. And you know it wasn't. You were hired to come along with Lethal. And that is the fact, sir. You got your bride. You've had your wedding in Myrtle Beach. You've got some money. And you, sir, are living the life. Is that life you're living from the demise of Angie Stone? Is that life you're living proffered from the money from Angie Stone? Is that life you're living coming from insurance money that you knew just wasn't right? Is it? Is it? I'm asking the question, sir. Is it? You're welcome to come back on the show and do an interview with me. You're welcome to come back to the show and clear this all up. You're welcome to come to the show and call me a liar if you can. You clearly. Because the truth is going to come out. And you're going to go to jail too. You're just out there making a spectacle of the injuries that have happened to others and the loss of Michael Diamond's mother. That's my opinion. It holds to be my belief. I said it. I believe it. I stand on it. Because it's alleged. And it is my story. It is what I'm stating. And it's the story that we are going to tell until Shanna shall come forth. Until Lethal come forth. I'm going to be hounding and hitting you every single day that I can until you say something. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do it with pride. I'm going to do it with resilience. And I'm going to do it with honor. Yes, I am. Because at the end of the day, this is the rest of the story.
Step into the soulful universe of Angie Stone Radio, a sanctuary for classic R&B, smooth grooves and heartfelt storytelling. The station isn't just about music, it's about culture, legacy, and the voices that shape generations. From the deep-rooted traditions of Quiet Storm to Angie Stone's own iconic influence, this is where soul music finds its true home. Powered by Tony's More Gems. Powered by Tony's More Gems. Into the soulful universe of Angie Stone Radio, a sanctuary for classic R&B, smooth grooves and heartfelt storytelling. The station isn't just about music, it's about culture, legacy, and the voices that shape generations. From the deep-rooted traditions of Quiet Storm, Angie Stone's own iconic influence. This is where soul music finds its true home. Powered by Tony's More Gems. Powered by Tony's More Gems.
but Shannon is his whatever. I don't know what Shannon called herself then. She's gonna be a singer and a rapper.
Who's gonna be a singer and a rapper?
Shannon.
No, she ain't. She can't sing and she definitely can't rap. Not that mess. Not that mess I heard on the internet. That she got to be out her rabbit mind. I'm in the radio industry. Oh no, God, no. Absolutely. I heard third graders sound better than that. She sound like a howling cat. Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
So she told me she was taking me to the airport one day. One time, this is when I was leaving back out. She was taking me to the airport, and boy, she had a whole mouthful from the ride. And the funny thing is, when she talks, I never respond. She just keeps on talking. I never say nothing.
Wow. Well, wait a minute. I got a flag on the play. If she calls herself managing Michael, then that answers my question. Yeah, they had communication, and Michael would have known that she hired Lethal.
Yeah. We all knew that she's the one who hired him. Yeah, I knew that she hired him. Now, I definitely knew that.
So
because it was said. Because I kept saying, well, I said, what are we doing, Angie? Because I was lost. Now, Angie talked to me and kept me informed. She said, well, Shannon found this guy, Lethal, but I think Angie knew him a little bit before that, before the hire.
Yeah.
And I think he told Angie that he had a splinter. And Angie said, oh, it's cheaper than flying everybody out for that little trip to Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where that ended up at. That's where that came in at. And so then after that, I believe Shayna is the one who got in touch with him and set up the whole splinter thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let me tell you what you need to do before you leave. You need to find a way to get a receipt that she booked that, or information that she booked that. Let me tell you why.
That's going to be hard for me to get, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
That's going to be hard for me to get. I'm not at the house any longer. I left.
Okay.
So I'm not there no more.
Okay.
I'm still in Atlanta, but I'm not there. And I don't know how I would get that information. I can't get it from her son, that's for sure, because they don't even answer my calls. Or her daughter, that's a whole other story. But they don't answer no calls.
So, look, I'm gonna just speak. I'm gonna speak blunt, Sheila. Yeah, I'm gonna call an ace and a spade a spade.
Mm-hmm.
They're adversarials to Angie, aren't they?
Who are kids?
Yes.
They're just not very smart.
No, we know that. But it sounds like a little greed is coming from the kids too.
Oh, I can agree. I would agree. Well, so I'm going to put it this way. Michael is just him. He's just something whipped. I don't know what. She's 48 years old and he's 27. But Michael is actually the one that bought Shannon or introduced Shannon to Angie.
Oh, wait a minute now. We're getting somewhere. See? You opened the Pandora's box.
Mm-hmm.
Sis, do you realize what you just laid out here?
Yeah, Michael's the one that introduced Shannon to Angie. And then I think it went from there.
So Michael pushed for her to be there.
Well, this is what I'm going to say. And this is coming from Shannon. Shannon had an apartment somewhere close to downtown area. And she lived in this apartment. And how her and Mike met, I don't know.
But she got evicted.
Is that what happened?
Court records don't lie.
So she did not say she got evicted. She said that she moved. And see. So
how did she move and didn't have a place to go to?
So this is what I'm assuming. I am going to say that she had Mike had introduced her somehow to Angie, I believe, before she got convicted, right?
Before she was convicted?
Evicted from her place.
Yeah.
But then she went to Mexico. Now, this is the story she told me, and I'm the only telling you what she told me. She went to Mexico, and she said, I'm not going to say it was really, I don't know. This is the story she told me. She said that Angie felt sorry for her and was wondering why she was over there in Mexico. And Angie told she said Angie sent for her to come and stay with her and her daughter because she didn't want her living in Mexico. Now, that's the story she told me. And that's how she ended up at Angie's house.
Was she in Mexico or New Mexico?
New Mexico.
She was still in the United States.
Yes, she was in New Mexico.
New Mexico. Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Yeah, not Mexico.
Yeah. So you don't need a passport or anything.
Right.
New Mexico. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And land is cheap. Land is cheap in New Mexico.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I actually, I'm from San Diego, so I spent some time in between Tijuana and New Mexico.
What kind of car does she have?
She has a Lexus.
Is it a new one or is it old?
It's an older one, maybe about 20. Maybe I would say about a 20, maybe 18.
2018. Okay.
That's what I'm going to say. Between 2018 and 2019.
Okay, so she got it from a buy here, pay here lot.
Yes, she got it from the same place Mike got his car from. I can find out the name of that place real easy. I can get that from somebody.
Yeah, if you can. Mm-hmm. All right, so you see how things are coming together that we're... you see what I'm cooking here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I see.
I didn't want to believe that Mike probably would have anything to do with this, but it's kind of looking that he does.
No, he's the one who introduced. Now, I know that for a fact that he introduced her basically to Angie. And then now the thing is, I don't know if they had I'm looking at it, and this is just me, my own self I'm looking at it as they had a relationship.
Of course they did.
Mm-hmm.
Mike was whooped.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
And what he don't know is Lethal was hitting on her, and they probably had something going.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep killing him on that. I'm gonna rub that in his face every time I can, so somebody finally squeak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, mm-hmm.
So it I hate to say this, but it looks like that was done on purpose. And it looks like somebody was trying to get a claim. It don't look any other way.
Oh, that's right. Because you said that he's had some claims.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. So the plan didn't go right, evidently, is what you're basically saying.
The plan didn't go right. That's exactly what I'm saying. So
Okay, got you.
they thought what someone thought, in my view. I can't say this absolute, but this is what it feels like to me, is that they were going to do what they could to get a claim so that they could collect a large amount of money. And in so doing, Angie ends up at what happened.
Wow. I get it now. I got you.
Because nothing else makes any sense that this would be, could be, and have gone any other way other than that. But
well, I know that it was just weird to me. She was like, oh, I just can't get over this. I'm grieving so much. But I never seen a tear fall from her eye. So I'm thinking, wow, okay, then you just, and I don't know. It just seemed fake to me. I can put it that way, too.
When you say fake, please.
Like, I just didn't feel like she was grieving the way she said she was. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't feel that. Yeah, because matter of fact, it seems like from the time I had gotten there, it was just this thing about her with Angie was asking her to do something. She would be kind of like rolling her eyes, like she didn't want to be bothered.
They said it was silence, but the silence is real. Two reports on the table. Tell me what's the deal? Shanna, where are you? Why'd you walk away? Angie's voice still cries, even to this day. Music speaks the truth when the world tries to hide. Every lyric's a witness, every note testifies. Did you flip the band, or was it planned that night? We'll keep singing for justice till the truth comes to light. Lethal Carter's name echoes in the dark. Dante in the shadow, but we still see the mark. The quiet storm is blowing with questions in the wind. We sing so Angie's story will never reach an end. Music speaks the truth when the world tries to hide. Every lyric's a witness, every note testifies. Did you flip the band, or was it planned that night? We'll keep singing for justice till the truth comes to light. No NDA can stop the sound. Her spirit's rising off the ground. Through the pain, through the fight, her soul still shines in the night. Music speaks the truth, no matter what they say. We'll keep Angie's name alive every single day. Shanna, where are you? The people need to know. Until the truth is spoken, this storm won't let go. She had a job, but like I said,
she was never going to work. And then she was saying she was working from home, but she would be asleep.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sleep all day and have a job, right? Not Monday through some of these days. And so that's what I didn't understand. If you had that much work to do for Angie, then why would you always sleep? Because I told her, I said, you sure sleep a lot. I said, you sleep all day. She was like, yeah. She told me that her family, she met her daddy's side of the family, and they were sleepers, and they hibernate during certain seasons. And I said, my goodness, this girl must think I'm stupid. But yeah, she told me that. And I said, that's weird. I never heard of that before.
Yeah, they hibernate all right. She's a bear, that's for sure. Need to get rid of that weight.
Oh boy, she's just a mess.
Yeah.
Have you seen her before?
Yeah, on it. Well, not in person, but on from her videos and stuff.
Wow. She got some videos out there?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you ought to see the music videos. This girl. No.
Not no music videos. You kidding me?
Oh yeah. She got music videos. Yes, ma'am. She got some music videos.
Yeah. Well, I know that she said that her and Mike was going to be rapping together.
If her and Mike rap together, Mike stands no chance of winning.
Because she said that her and Mike, and then she say that she can sing. And then one day her and her brother was singing some kind of song together, and I was thinking, wow, she really thinks she can sing? I don't think so.
I you know what? I can't even say I don't think so. I know not.
You said you had the proof. Huh?
Oh, I got the proof. I got the. I'm gonna roast her. I'm gonna roast her real good. I'm gonna make her so mad. Oh yeah, I'm gonna roast her. I'm telling you, I'm gonna roast her. You hear me? I'm gonna roast her.
You know what? One thing I did pray for, because I was there and I was just like, I said, Angie, turn in her grave, because I know she did not want that girl there. And so the prayers are starting to drop day by day, coming in with people, to see that they found her out on the internet and things of that sort.
Mm-hmm.
It was just kind of good to see that people were finally. So I don't know who put that on the internet, and I don't really care. It was nice that it was on there. And, and then with Stone coming through, that was nice too.
Mm-hmm.
To see that, because she was trying to push all them out. Everybody that Andrew, except for me.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that Angie was close to, though, she was trying to push them out. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. And I knew that for a fact. Yeah.
They say love is stronger than life, but I see the shadows deep in your eyes. then don't leave the truth unknown. If your heart is real, let it show. Set a spirit free, let the world know. Do you love her? Then stand tall. Truth will rise and break these walls. For Angie, for her name, the truth is love, and love remains.
I'm going to give you the floor to speak and say what you want to say, and then I'd like to ask a couple of questions.
Okay, I'm not gonna be on here long.
Okay, I understand.
All I wanted to say is, not everybody is genuine with the information that they're bringing forward. I understand y'all getting black and white and whatever, paperwork in different, entities that are bringing this information to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
But as her daughter, I have been handling things. Myself and my brother have been handling things from day one. There is nobody else in charge. There is nobody else over us. There is nobody pulling strings or doing anything without me or my brother's permission. I saw something in the chat, that Shayna is, selling products unauthorized. That's a lie. So when you say certain things,
Okay, wait
give
a
me
minute.
second. I'll be wrapping this up in just a second.
Okay.
So when you're looking for information about people, if you don't go directly to the source, or if you don't go to a credible party, you don't know what a person is telling you that information for. There are things on this side that we see that y'all can't see. There are things that we're dealing with that y'all have no knowledge of. But y'all, like, people are going and calling the funeral homes and calling the police departments and pretending to be state troopers, talking to people that were in the accident and doing all of these things that are interfering with an open investigation.
Well-
That's my only concern, and that's why I don't talk much.
Okay, so let me be clear. I have never done that. I don't do that. So I need to make that clear to you and to my audience. I've never put in any interviews on the phones pretending to be anybody or anything like that. I don't do that. I don't believe in that.
Well, no, I was just making that clear that those are some of the things and the tactics that are happening.
Yeah.
I can't vouch for every blogger and every site where they're getting the information from. But if I hear something and I know it's completely false, like, I'll report you. Like I reported a few people in your chat because I don't want people to continuously put out or regurgitate bad intel. That's what I mean by bad intel.
Okay.
Or bad information.
Okay.
I'm not saying black and white ain't real, but my mama always said, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. I'm living that right now.
Okay.
And for people to go out their way and, like, people that said I killed my mama, I know what's going on, and I don't want you to talk because you're getting close to the truth. Y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. Y'all going by news clippings and paperwork y'all pulling up, and there are people inside of these different government agencies that are not doing what they're supposed to do. Like, I'm on top of all of that. But to continuously, like, there are people who are out here going out their way to bash us, to get us to come online. We haven't done no interviews. And there's a reason we haven't done any interviews. But when you got people putting out all this bad information, they are hindering a real investigation. We know more than what y'all think we know. We're doing more than what y'all actually can see. And until everybody learns to just let the powers that be do what they need to do, meaning let the law finish the investigation. Let us grieve properly. Let us handle X, Y, and Z. We will be doing interviews. We will be doing things to bring us closer to the public. But right now, all of this back and forth, he said, she said, that's all it is. And I don't know no other way to explain it to make it clear about what's actually happening. Because there are certain things we cannot discuss as of yet because of the investigation. So when people going out here making these theories and making up, oh, well, this happened, or I bet it was this, what you're doing is muddying up an investigation. That means the investigators have to stop on this lead to work on that lead and that lead and that lead and that lead. And that's why it takes so long for them to resolve issues, because people giving bad intel from what they heard or what they think happened. Somebody.
They say love is stronger than life, but I see the shadows deep in your eyes. If you care the way you claim you do, why hide the answers? Why not speak the truth? The pain. Her legacy deserves more than shame. No more secrets, no more disguise. Only justice can clear the sky.
Okay, so you did file suit.
Yeah, we had to with the Sprinter van and the truck.
Okay. So, because you weren't listed on the suit with the twins them.
Nah.
So you have a separate attorney.
Yep.
Oh, okay. And did y'all formally file yet?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So well, could I ask just this question? Was she in the van?
Was she in the van?
Yes.
When?
The day of March 1st.
Yeah.
Where,
Everybody knows she was in the van. We all was in the van.
yeah, no, but I'm just asking the question because there's just so much confusion out there. You know, where was she sitting on the van?
She was in the back of the van. Yeah, she was in the back of the van. I was in the front, so I didn't know they placements and stuff. I sat right next to the driver, and then it's a petition wall.
Right.
So I'm not sure where she was sitting at.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to violate the principle of your.
No, most definitely. I definitely understand.
Yeah. So I mean, is there anything that you could tell me about it?
I can tell you, man, that was a great night. I can tell you that. And it was a beautiful night for her. The city of Mobile. It was fantastic.
Okay.
Other than that situation that happened. Yeah, it was a great night. And the twins would say it, the twins, I know they going through what they going through and stuff like that. But overall, the twins and them, they know, it was a good night, man. She did an amazing job on stage. If I ever get my cell phone back from the state troopers, I got video footage and stuff that I'll release once all of this stuff is taken care of.
Okay. So the troopers have your cell phone. Any reason for that?
They got all of our cell phones to verify any texting or anything that was said just because somebody died.
Oh, so nobody got to keep their cell phones. All the cell phones was confiscated.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Question.
Yeah.
Were there any firearms?
No.
No?
Never. Never will. Never. That's one thing we don't play. Thank you.
Okay.
Especially traveling across state lines.
I mean, common sense would tell you that,
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't.
All of that's right now. That's been released. I'm so sorry. Can I have some seasoning? Yeah, all that's been released about was the actual police statement. So it wasn't nothing like that. Yeah.
So your suit is going to be against the Sprinter Company and Lethal?
Yeah.
Okay. Who hired you for that concert?
Nobody hired us, though. Yeah, nobody hired me. We was just coming to support Angie.
They said it was silence, but the silence ain't real. Two reports on the table, tell me what's the deal. Shanna, where are you? Why'd you walk away? Angie's voice still cries, even to this day. Music speaks the truth when the world tries to hide. Every lyric's a witness, every note testifies. Did you flip the band, or was it planned that night? We'll keep singing for justice till the truth comes to light. Lethal Carter's name the dark, Dante in the shadow, but we still see the mark. The quiet storm is blowing with questions in the wind. We'll sing so Angie's story will never reach an end. Music speaks the truth when the world tries to hide. Every lyric's a witness, every note testifies. Did you flip the van, or was it planned that night? We'll keep singing for justice till the truth comes alive. No NDA can stop the sound. Her spirit's rising off the ground. Through the pain, through the fight, her soul still shines in the night. Music speaks the truth, no matter what they say. We'll keep Angie's name alive every single day. Shanna, where are you? The people need to know. Until the truth is spoken, this storm won't let go.
Yet I would say with all due respect, things just look a little wrong. I mean,
and I just said, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. Because just because something look wrong don't mean it's wrong. I know why Shayna is being pointed at right now, but y'all don't. Y'all don't know why Shayna is being the scapegoat right now, but I do. I handle business. I stand on business over here. That's all I'm about. If you're not about business and being straightforward and straight up, I don't rock with it. Anybody that know me knows if there was anything wrong in that area, she would be gone. But until I see what y'all see, she's going to be right here doing what she been doing. Because what people don't know is she didn't just come around. She didn't just come out of thin air.
well, I know that because I've said that. I know that. I
just have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Because out of everybody that has been around, everybody that's running out here doing these interviews and this, that, and the third, that girl has been in our corner doing everything she's supposed to do. And I can't get into details about what she's been doing, but I ain't letting her go nowhere. And if you mad at her, then be mad at me too, because we handling business over here.
Well, respectfully, I cannot be mad at you. I can't even say I'm mad at her. It's just the things look very questionable. And
Do you know her?
No, I don't.
Have you ever met her?
No, I haven't.
So you can't pass judgment on somebody you don't know and you never met.
Well, I'm not passing judgment. I'm just stating the facts.
Shadows in the rain, names on paper, but no one takes the blame. The questions linger, silence in the air. Somebody knows, but they act like they don't care. Truth is hiding, but it won't fade away.
streets of gold. I see the faces turning, pretending they don't see, but the truth is steady burning, waiting to be free. No more lies, no more disguise. Justice comes in morning skies. Whose voice, whose hand made that call? One day the truth will break down these walls. Who hired Dante Daly? Who set the stage that day? Why the secrets and the silence? Why the games they play? The answers live in darkness, but the light will break the chain. Who hired Dante Daly? Tell me who called his name. Ooh. Tell me, tell me. Oh, the truth is calling, can't hide for long. Justice is coming, the truth will be strong. The answers live in darkness, but the light will break the chain. Who hired Dante Daly? Tell me who called his name.
So what I want to do is I want to encourage you to please. I know at this. Well, wait, before I say that, did anyone ask you to sign an NDA?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, so you were not asked to sign an NDA.
No.
And were any of them asked to sign an NDA?
Not that I know of.
Okay, and see that makes sense because an NDA can't stop nobody from talking when there's a police investigation going on.
Okay. Mm-mm. No, I know I didn't sign one. No.
Mm-hmm. So it was said that Michael ordered an independent autopsy. Is that true?
Let me tell you, that's why I say they don't talk to me, baby. I don't know what's going on with Mike and them. They're not talking. They don't. When I was there, the only thing Mike would do is like he's trying to watch his weight and trying to get it down. And he asked me to fix some salmon. You know, we had talks like maybe about food or something, but when it came to the personal business, they wasn't letting me know anything. And that's why I said I was right in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, none of the personal business. Shayna say, oh, I don't know. I'm telling you, from the time of anything from the day Angie passed away, it's just like a shutdown. Mm-hmm. And there's another guy, I want to say his name is Clyde. No. Clyde, no, maybe it's not Clyde. It could be Clyde. This is somebody else that I heard Shannon been talking to. He was the ones who came out with the tumblers.
Mm-hmm.
I know, yeah, he was the one who came out with the tumblers. Mm-hmm.
Well,
I think there's so many people involved in Angie's life. But I think a lot of them was trying to get over on her. And she thought it was, I'm not saying that it wasn't people in the industry, that she talked about personally on her
blogs or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it was people right in front of her face.
Oh, yeah.
They say love is stronger than lies, but I see the shadows deep in your eyes. If you care the way you claim you do, why hide the answers? Why not speak the truth? The pain. Her legacy deserves more than shame. No more secrets, no more disguise. Only justice can clear the skies.
Stated that Angie Stone asked the driver that was driving aggressively to stop. Even Sharita stated she asked the driver to stop driving aggressively. He did not stop.
If that sniper at the top and he got at a certain particular spot where there's no cameras, so they can do what they got to do, she is planning to sue the people that hired that driver.
Now, what if I told you that Angie Stone's death wasn't an accident? People have been side-eyeing this whole situation from the jump, and now her own bandmate is confirming what many have been whispering about. The driver wasn't just reckless, he was the hitman. And no coincidence that Angie was the only one who didn't make it. No wonder witnesses are coming forward saying that she begged the driver to slow down. On top of all that, there's a woman claiming she pulled Angie to safety, only for an 18-wheeler to tragically come out of the nowhere and finish the job. Now, this is sounding very orchestrated, y'all, and the way the receipts are rolling in, this might be one of the most disturbing and calculated setups that we've seen in the industry. I want Angie to rest in peace, but there might need to be some justice for Angie, so let's break it all the way down, because the deeper we go, the more things start adding up and start making too much sense. Y'all, it's been weeks of grief and confusion and unanswered questions since the tragic crash that took the life of Angie Stone. But now, one of the survivors, Sharita Murphy, is coming forward, and what she's saying is not just heartbreaking, it's downright sinister. Y'all, Sharita was right there in the same Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van when it crashed at 4:25 a.m. on March 1st. That van flipped 3 times before getting hit by a Freightliner truck. And the way that Sharita and the other passengers are talking now, they don't just think it was an accident, they believe someone set them up. And the main suspect is the driver, at least according to them. The very person who was supposed to get them into safety may have been paid to make sure that Angie didn't make it out alive. According to Sharita, things got so intense before the crash even happened. The driver was speeding like a maniac and everybody in the van noticed, including Angie herself. But let's pause right there. If multiple people, including Angie, were begging this man to slow down, why did he keep speeding? And why was he in such a rush at 4 in the morning?
They said it was silence, but the silence ain't real. 2 reports on the table. Tell me what's the deal, Shanna, where are you? Why'd you walk away? Angie's voice still cries, even to this day. Music speaks the truth when the world tries to hide. Every lyric's a witness, every note testifies. Did you flip the van, or was it planned that night? We'll keep singing for justice till the truth comes to light. Echoes in the dark, dancing in the shadow, but we still see the mark. The quiet storm is blowing, with questions in the wind. Sing so Angie's story will never reach an end. Oh, music speaks the truth when the world tries to hide. Every lyric's a witness, Every note testifies. Did you flip the van, or was it planned that night? We'll keep singing for justice till the truth comes to light. The truth, no matter what they say. We'll keep Angie's name alive every single day. Shana, where are you? The people need to know. Until the truth is spoken, this storm won't let go. Lord, I say, oh, Lord, when the night is heavy and I can't find my way, you lift me up gently and you carry me each day. I was broken, I was weary, I had no strength inside, but you whispered my name, Lord, and gave me back my life. Oh, oh Lord, I say, oh, every time I feel your touch. Oh, I love you so much. Through the fire, through the storm, you never let me go. Your mercy keeps on flowing. river to my soul. When I'm crying in the midnight, when I'm falling to the floor, you remind me of my Savior, and I'll praise you even more. Say, oh, you gave me victory. Yeah. Oh, Lord, I say, oh, you gave me victory. Oh, when I was down, you picked me up. When I was lost, you filled my cup. When I had nothing, you gave me grace. Seek your face.
With your host, Tony Smooth Jams, the sound of the night. Oh, yeah.
When the night comes down and the city sleeps, we got that rhythm flowing so deep. Every note, every groove, we play it right. Quiet Storm FM, it's your soundtrack tonight. Quiet Storm, oh, feel the sound. Smooth jams rising, love all around. Let the music take you higher, let it flow. Quiet Storm FM, the place you know. From the old school cuts to the brand new heat, we bring the fire, make you move your feet. Every beat, every voice, got that silky tone. It's the station of love, where you feel at home. Say Storm, oh, Storm. Say FM, FM. Say turn it up now, turn it up now. Let's ride again. Quiet Storm, oh, feel the sound. Oh, smooth jams rising, love all around. Oh, let the music take you higher. higher. Let it flow. Oh, Quiet Storm FM, the place you know. Oh, baby, feel the sound. Ooh, sweat love all around. Let the music take you higher. Let it flow. Quiet Storm FM, the place you know. Angie Stone was a powerhouse, R&B, soul and neo, soul singer, songwriter and producer, whose rich velvety voice defined an era of smooth, heartfelt music. Born on December 18, 1961, in Columbia, South Carolina. She first gained recognition in the late Lightia Sevier as a member of the Sequence, one of the first all-female rap groups. She later transitioned into R&B, making waves with albums like Black 99 and Mahogany Soul, which featured classics like No More Rain and Blue the Blue. Her music blended soulful grooves, deep storytelling, and a gospel-rooted sound, earning her multiple Grammy nominations and lasting influence in the industry. Beyond her music, Stone was also an actress and songwriter, collaborating with icons like D'Angelo, Alicia Keys, and Lenny Kravitz. Her contributions to neo-soul left an undeniable mark, influencing generations of artists. Quiet Storm FM. Angie Stone, rest in heaven.
Hello. Hello, 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 and hello, everybody. How are you doing today? Hope everybody's doing just fine, just fine, just fine. Got to get my self together here in the studio. Man. Yeah. Today is going to be a doozy because I'm going to drop news today like it's completely out of this world. And today you will be convinced without a shadow of a doubt that this whole thing was debauched from the very, very, very beginning. When I tell you there's absolute give me 1 second here.
In Columbia, South Carolina, she first gained recognition in the late Lightia Sevier as a member of the sequence, one of the first all-female rap groups. She later transitioned into R&B, making waves with albums like Black 99 and Mahogany Soul, which featured classics like No More Rain and Blue. Her music blended soulful grooves.
All right. Let's get it started. I apologize about that. Got the team outside, so I had a interruption with an important phone call there that I had to get, and now we are going without any interruptions. So I want to start today off, and I'm telling you, like I was going to say, and I was starting to say, it's going to be highly unquestionable how things are going and started with this whole case. You see, I have created the nexus. Let me correct that. I have found the nexus between the owner of the van, his business, a restaurant, Good to Go, and Lethal Carter. Yes, that would be Mr. Joe Robinson. I found that nexus. I also found where I'm going to present to you today the absolute fact that those vans were rented by the hour to anyone that would rent it. And that would explain why the van had personal coverage on the van and not commercial coverage on the van. That would explain why Dante Daly did not sue the transportation company, but instead he went after the insurance company for a claim instead. Lethal's Insurance, Liberty Mutual. You see, the truth is now about to break because while everyone is looking at suing the transportation company, there ain't nothing to sue there because they were renting the vans by the hour to any and everybody. Now, the question is, providing a contract that stated what the limitations of using that van for was. See, allegedly, Lethal Carter rented the van, took the van to Alabama in his personal capacity, hired himself in his personal capacity. That's why it had personal insurance on it from Liberty Mutual. So there he made himself for hire, contracted himself, took himself, and did a commercial job. Now, why wasn't this found out inside of the investigation from Alabama? Why was it led to believe that Joe Robinson was responsible for Angie Stone and the passengers? Why was that? Somebody tell me that. Why? Why was that? Huh? Because the right information wasn't there for anybody to catch, but Dante Daly told it. You see, Dante Daly told me that ain't the real owner. And when he said that ain't the real owner, now I knew exactly what he meant. He didn't mean Elite Transportation was an owner. He meant Lee Thel was the person in charge, because Lee Thel rented the vans from Good to Go restaurant, where the vans sit outside, parked. 3 of them, 3 Sprinter vans. Now, come on, Tony. Come on, Tony. Come on, you're capping with us, man. You capping. Why you gonna tell us such a thing? And we don't have no facts to back that up. Bam. Yes, we do. 3 party buses parked in the parking lot of the restaurant. 3 Sprinter vans. The first one to your left is the Sprinter van that was hired, that Lethal drove with Angie Stone and the band members to Alabama. The first one to the left on your screen. There you will see it says party bus, rent me, $150 per hour. Yes. Here's a picture of Lethal Carter and the owner of Good to Go restaurant and the owner of the vans, Mr. Joe Robinson, who, might I remind you, has been in prison since 2023. So when this rental took place, he was not available. He was not there to do it. So his team followed protocol in renting the van. There you will see to the left, beside the little girl, in the middle, is Lethal Carter. To the right of the little girl is Mr. Joe Robinson. The picture here you see are the vans listed in the parking lot. Now, you help me to understand. If they hired Elite Transportation, then there would be no need to rent it by the hour, because it would be a contract for the transportation of them going to the trip to Alabama and back. But that wasn't the case. The case is that Lethal Carter had possession of the van, and in his individual capacity, allegedly, took the job himself. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is 100% what happened, allegedly. I'm going to go on the side of justice and say allegedly. Dante Daly, you knew this, man. It took me a while to keep listening at the interview over and over and over and over again to find out, what is this dude making reference to? It is clearly on record that Elite Transportation owns the van. So what Dante was saying was that, well, I can't sue Elite. I got to go after the insurance, because I know that Lethal was hired to drive, and Lethal rented the van. Yes, Lethal rented the van. Let's get it straight. He rented the van.
He rented the van for $150. and $50 an hour is on the screen. And the number is there too. I know it for a fact. And I ain't gonna redact.
Come on, man. I went a step further. I said, let me see how possible this really is. So I called the number to the restaurant to rent the vans. Yes, I did. And I was told that the owner would call me back. And I said, okay, who's the owner? And I was told, Joe. And then I said, Joe? Isn't Joe in jail, in prison? And then I was told, quote, unquote, well, he could still call you back. Now, this is not to throw him under the bus, because I want you to understand this. He ain't got nothing to do with this. Joe Robinson should not be attached to this lawsuit whatsoever. Because righteously so, he isn't the violator here. The violator here is Lethal Carter by himself. Strictly by himself. Strictly by himself. Now, you see, Rhonda Wills them could not get this information when they filed the case, because the case had no clarity at that point. So just like they were seeking the documentation from the trucking company of all of the maintenances and everything and keeping up with that, when they seek for the information from Elite Transportation Services, then they would find out that they had a fleet of personal rental vehicles. And by having personal rental vehicles, he rented the vehicle and used it for commercial use, being a personal rental. Allegedly. I'm going to say that just to be on the safe side. But that's what happened. So the question is, did Angie know that he rented it himself? I would think not. I would think not. So let me play this for you now. I want you to watch this.
Honey, can't you see? They try to make a move to eliminate you because they figure you'll go to prison. Yes, they'll control everything, and by the time you get out, Angie's estate will be no more. And what do you think is gonna happen to your sickly brother when all the power and all the money is in the hands of Shana Shams? The woman your mother wanted gone, the woman who's doing nasty, freaky things with the criminal who was wrecked. Flash me a track in the pain. Do you believe your brother is physically safe when it's all said and done and the judge has made their final ruling and the money is in place as he's safe on those weekdays after dialysis? Is she whipping up Delta wellness coaches for him too? You can't think we we forgot about your name's a Dr. Rainer. That pole box can't hide you when the feds come knocking like they are planning to do. My investigators still know where you are. Damn it, it doesn't make you suspicious that now after feigning a mission, he suddenly remembers the Steve when Will just had a mind of its own and bam, the via and wrecked. It's still that's much more believable than I don't remember. I don't believe it, but I'm sure they idiots you talk to on a daily basis believe it, and Mercedes won't believe it either. Do you believe your brother is physically safe when it's all said and done and the judge has made their final ruling and the money is in place? Is he safe on those weekdays after dialysis? Is she whopping up wellness concoctions for him too? You can't think we forgot about you, name's a Dr. Rainer. That pole box can't hide you when the feds come knocking.
Not everybody is genuine with the information that they're bringing forward. I understand y'all getting black and white and whatever, paperwork in different, entities that are bringing this information to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
But as her daughter, I have been handling things. Myself and my brother have been handling things from day one. There is nobody else in charge. There is nobody else over us. There is nobody pulling strings or doing anything without me or my brother's permission. I saw something in the chat, that Shayna is, selling products unauthorized. That's a lie. So when you say certain things,
okay, wait
give
a
me
minute.
a second. I'll be wrapping this up in just a second.
Okay.
So when you're looking for information about people, if you don't go directly to the source, or if you don't go to a credible party, you don't know what a person is telling you that information for. There are things on this side that we see that y'all can't see. There are things that we're dealing with that y'all have no knowledge of. But y'all, like, people are going and calling the funeral homes and calling the police departments and pretending to be state troopers, talking to people that were in the accident and doing all of these things that are interfering with an open investigation. That's my only concern, and that's why I don't talk much.
Okay, so let me be clear. I have never done that. I don't do that. So I need to make that clear to you and to my audience. I've never put in any interviews on the phones pretending to be anybody or anything like that. I don't do that. Don't believe in that.
Well, no, I was just making that clear that those are some of the things in the tactics that are happening.
Yeah.
I can't vouch for every blogger and every site where they're getting the information from. But if I hear something and I know it's completely false, like, I'll report you. Like I reported a few people in your chat because I don't want people to continuously put out or regurgitate bad intel. That's what I mean by bad intel.
Okay.
Or bad information.
Okay.
I'm not saying black and white ain't real, but my mama always said, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. I'm living that right now.
Okay.
And for people to go out their way and, like, people that said I killed my mama, I know what's going on, and I don't want you to talk because you're getting close to the truth. Y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. Y'all going by news clippings and paperwork y'all pulling up, and there are people inside of these different government agencies that are not doing what they're supposed to do. Like, I'm on top of all of that. But to continuously, like, there are people who are out here going out their way to bash us, to get us to come online. We haven't done no interviews. And there's a reason we haven't done any interviews. But when you got people putting out all this bad information, they are hindering a real investigation. We know more than what y'all think we know. We're doing more than what y'all actually can see. And until everybody learns to just let the powers that be do what they need to do, meaning let the law finish the investigation. Let us grieve properly. Let us handle X, Y, and Z. We will be doing interviews. We will be doing things to bring us closer to the public. But right now, all of this back and forth, he said, she said, that's all it is. And I don't know no other way to explain it to make it clear about what's actually happening. Because there are certain things we cannot discuss as of yet because of the investigation. So when people going out here making these theories and making up, oh, well, this happened, or I bet it was this, what you're doing is muddying up an investigation. That means the investigators have to stop on this lead to work on that lead and that lead and that lead and that lead. And that's why it takes so long for them to resolve issues, because people giving bad intel from what they heard or what they think.
Now, see, that ain't what happened. See, that's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. You see, as you can really see, we were telling you right from the very beginning, because now that the information is clearly, right? What say you now? Huh? What say you now? What say you now? Because here we have proof that this vehicle was rented as a personal vehicle. Here we have proof that it was not a commercial job. And here we know factually, by allegement, that there was no commercial insurance on this vehicle whatsoever. So Angie was traveled by this vehicle bogusly. Either somebody lied in representation, or Shanna and Lethal knew what was going on from the very beginning. And of course they did. Not only did they know, Lethal's friend, Dante, knew also. They knew. They knew. They knew. You can't tell me that this wasn't bogus from the beginning. Now, my question is, how is it that the state of Alabama did not follow up on this here to find out how legal was it for that vehicle to be commercially hired? And why wasn't that done? To me, this is not just an accident. One indeed, but one in my feelings not. Because it wasn't right in the first place. It wasn't right when it left Atlanta. It wasn't right. It was unjust business, is what it was. Clearly, this was unjust business. And now, you want to take this information and you want to hide in the background. You want to hide deep in the background and let the trucking company take all of the blame for what you did wrong from the very, very beginning. Why wasn't the same information requested from Elite Transportation as CSRT was? The maintenance records, the driving records, the schooling records that the driver may have had, all of that. Why wasn't that asked for Elite? Because you know it was bogus from the very beginning. Sure, your task is to go after the bigger company. This lawsuit is flawed. Flawed, and fraud. Flawed. F-L-A-W-D, fraud, F-R-A-U-D. That's what it is. You want us to sit back and believe that this is an open and shut personal injury case? No, it's not. No, it's not. You want us to believe that Mr. Robinson holding the little girl is responsible for this fiasco? No, he is not. Mr. Robinson is an innocent bystander with his company, with his reputation of his business and his restaurants in this matter, and should not be adjoined to this case. But the man standing by him all the way to the left with the good to go shirt on and the hat, Mithel Carter, is that blame for all of this. Let's drop the facts like it is. Let's drop the facts like it's hot. I want to leave this up for a minute because I want you to see and I want you to understand that we got a fiasco here. It's what we got. It's what we got. This is the case. This is the case. This is the case. And why is it that the right information for this man not come to the forefront like it has? This man, out of his own, matter of fact, I won't tell you what he said. I'll let him tell you himself what he said.
How'd you get involved in the game, and how do you meet someone like him? Talk a little bit about that, Lee.
Well, actually, game, like I said, I learned a lot, and I learned I would meet people that worked in financial facilities that didn't feel they were making enough money, but they were handling all of this money. So, we devised a plan that able me sometimes to pull up to the drive-in window 3 times a week, And so I actually made that a business. I put on a suit and a tie, and I'll pull up. And then if they say they need me to pull up again that day, then I'll go put on some overalls and a hard hat, and I'll pull up in a pickup truck. So those were ways that I was able to get money, and then I ventured into the drug game, and it was good. It wasn't as dangerous as it is today, and I made a lot of money,
He's telling you how he operates. He's explaining to you how he gets down. He explained to you how he got down. He explained how easy it was for him to drive up to the bank teller window and have a shirt and tie on when he needs to have on a shirt and tie and collect the money from which the person and the bank from the inside was giving him the money because he was picking it up. Both of them robbing the bank in theory, and that he would do it several times. If he need to go back with a hard hat on, he go back with a hard hat on and do it 3 times a week. His words, not mine. His words, not mine. Then he further goes in to explain the fact that he would distribute drugs, and that the rug game got so dangerous that it became a hard thing to do. So maybe he backed up a little bit, but he didn't say that he's currently on the probation for the very same thing that he's talking about. 9 years and 9 months worth of probation. Now, I showed you yesterday the rap sheet of Mr. Carter. And if you go back to yesterday's broadcast and you look at it again, when you see the sheet come up with him, I didn't catch it until this morning that Lethal Carter, aka Lethal Carter, is on that sheet. It's on there. So the state of Georgia was well aware of Lethal Carter. Full name. This woman, Fannie Willis, who had been scolded by Judge McAfee for being soft on crime, knew that that wasn't that man's name. And they knew that he was not a first-time offender. They knew this. So if they knew this, that means that they know that he shouldn't legally have a driver's license name in Lethal Carter because he had a driver's license suspended and revoked in Lethal Randolph, his birth name. And because he had it in Randolph, how you going to get a license in Carter? How you do that? Where they do that at? What state do they allow that in? Can anybody tell me what state they allow that in? Yes, a female can add a new last name to a driver's license, but it goes off of her old history. She can't get married and get a new driver's license under her married name when she had a revoked license under her unmarried name because it's the same person. Your social comes back the same. But did Lethal or does Lethal have a whole new social security number? But it wouldn't matter because of fingerprints on the NCIC report, the FBI database, still come back to the same person. So make that make sense. Make it make sense, somebody. Tell me how that's possible. Just tell me how. I'd like to know. So at that point, you would have us to believe that this isn't the thing that really happened, and that this man that didn't know what was going on is Dante Daly going to court? Is he? Is he really going to court? Did this woman know from the very beginning what was going on? Are all of them in cahoots together? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. He has to know somebody. He's got to know somebody. He's got to know somebody in the gamut of what's going on in order to move around the way he's moving around. Let's make it plain. If you're able to get a driver's license in a different name, you must know someone at motor vehicle that won't challenge you on your identity and just issue you new, fresh documents, thus giving you a new identity. If you have the ability, allegedly, by your own words, to pull up at a bank and take money out that's not from your account, but the person inside at the teller booth is dropping you off the cash, is not that organized crime? Then if someone in the prosecutor's office is overlooking the fact of your whole criminal record and allowing you to start over as new identity as a first-time offender, is that not cooperation from the state? I say it is. I say that it is. And I say that somebody knows something deeper than all of us know, and that somebody is sitting back twiddling their fingers and say, I hope this man don't drop the truth. Somebody doesn't want the real truth to come out. But the real truth of the matter is that somebody set up this debacle from the very beginning, and somebody is responsible for this debacle. You sniped away the hopes and dreams of a cousin that wanted to be very much part of her cousin's life and give her a kidney so that she can have more life and live that life abundantly. But someone sniped the very soul from under her and took away the very joy from her because they wanted to be greedy. Somebody wanted a bag. Somebody wanted to excel themselves with new money, more money, great money on themselves, and cause this demise by accident because they wanted a bag. The pattern speaks for itself. You, in your own words, outline what you used to do. So did you ever stop doing that? How do we know that this wasn't the very same thing all over again? It looked like it is. But the fact is that before this precious woman can be laid to rest, you other people, you file a lawsuit. Before even getting the facts. And the one person who knew the facts didn't even join in on the lawsuit. That was in the van with you, Mr. Dante Daly. He knew what was going on. He knew what happened. He knew how it happened. And he's keeping their mouth shut. And the reason that the rest of you in that van are not talking because you know that that was a personal rental. You must know. And you're hoping that your silence will bring you a big bag. Allegedly. You all made a mistake. You all got too greedy. The investigation should be working from Georgia, and the investigation should be working deep from Alabama, and the two of them coming together to see that this is vehicle homicide caused by Methel Carter. I said it. You should have been charged with a homicide. Vehicle manslaughter or something in that nature. Because you didn't do this right, man. Allegedly, you didn't follow protocol, man. You got on the highway. You got on the highway without having $5 million worth of insurance coverage and put your Liberty Mutual insurance policy to cover carrying such a life as frail as Angie Stone was down the highway, having an accident and her demise come, and you are not properly covered. Man, that is vehicle homicide if I ever seen it in my life. And everybody want me to shut the hell up. For what? Because you know I'm going to tell the damn truth. This ain't about me. This is about the truth. And I ain't going to shut up until I put it all out there. You rented this van for $150 an hour, and you might have got the homeboy rate, so it might have been less than that. And because y'all travel around town with the stars, you figure you tell them, oh well, I got another star. I got Angie Stone. I'm gonna carry Angie Stone to a concert. All right. You had Fat Joe. You had Fizzy. Look, come here. Let me talk with the facts here. Let me show you some of the other artists that have been you like the prestige of showing that you have connections to artists, Lethal. You like showing the fact that with Jazzy Faye and the rest of the artists that come through that you carry around. You were showing that you're somebody in the industry, sir. Because that's what you want to be. That's what you want it to be. That's what you wanted. Now, I'm about to show you something that is going to blow your mind. I'm going to give you some more things to ponder and think about here. I want you to see this. I want you to tell me what you think. I'm going to show you something. Now, you see, that's the Mercedes van. You see that bumper? Do you see that bumper? Do you see that bumper? That bumper had been changed. That van has been in an accident before. That's why that black box wasn't able to produce any information. Do you see that on the screen? Now, do you see the van in the picture? The bumper is black. And the bumper was black on the day of the accident. It wasn't gray. Do you see it for yourself? Huh? There's only one 2022. I mean, it's 2021. And that's the one that's on the left. The other two are 2018s. This owner has 3 Sprinter vans, 3 of them. Joe Robinson has 3 Sprinter vans. And these are the 3 Sprinter vans. And the other 2 don't look nothing like the one Angie Stone was in. The 2 on the right doesn't look nothing like the one Angie Stone was in. Period. Nada. Ain't there. Never was. But here, you could see clearly. Let me go in on it for you. Let me go in. Let me go in like it's hot. Let me go in for you. You see that? You see that dent? You see the scrub marks on the bottom of the bumper to the left? On the passenger side? Hmm? 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 Do you see any other parts of that vehicle with gray markings like that? Huh? This is the Mercedes that Angie Stone was in. Right there, right there, right there. What's happening? What is going on? What is the goings on with this? We can't let this go down. We can't let this take off like this here. Because I'm here to tell you, if Angie Stone's estate don't get the money from this, then the truth should come out where no one get any money. Because y'all should have done your homework. You should have done it. But I think some of you in that van didn't know it. And that's why none of you are talking. That's why none of you are not saying anything. That's why none of you have not come out and said one jot to nobody. Because y'all know it. Allegedly, I believe that you guys knew. I think that y'all think that we're stupid. I think that y'all think that y'all are standing on business. And I think that y'all think that someone wouldn't take enough time to start from A and go to Z to get the whole details. It became a convenient fact that the police took too long to get to the scene of the accident before the ambulance start transporting people to the hospital. Thus having to do the real investigation off of the scene of the accident. If that's what happened, allegedly. I believe that's what happened, but I'm going to say allegedly. In my personal feelings, someone is a coward. In my personal belief, somebody is a coward. So cowardice. So cowardice that you let this woman get away. So cowardice that you allow her this, the owner of Sacred Sound. Does she look like anyone that will have such a major label, a major brand to deal with the products of Angie Stone with that $2 hat on her head? Are you kidding me? With that hairdo? Are you kidding me? Is this what you would really let represent you? This is the person that became a notary 3 days before Angie passed. This is the person that took that same notary certification and filed the probate court paperwork for Michael to the courts and notarized it. This is the same person that took the money in cash apps and everything for Angie Stone because Diamond said that she allowed her to do it because they couldn't do it at the time. This is what was allowed to collect all of that money. This is what was allowed to be in the back door of the coder, getting all of the information to the royalties that was found for Angie Stone. Don't know if any money was collected. She may know, but then she turned around and contacted the people and tried to collect checks. She turned around and had an issue with the very same people like Vasal Benford that didn't want anything to do with her because she just wasn't right. He couldn't deal with it. This is representation of the music industry. This is representation of Angie Stone. I don't think so. This is Shanna Blanchet. She wants to be this right here. This is what she really wants to be. This is her admiration right here. This is who she really is. Right here. Hold on. Let me find it. Right here.
All units, please respond. 1022 Cummings Way.
So pretty. He's so smart. Tell me if you don't want to know.
Agent Faulkner, stand down. Agent Faulkner, stand down.
That damn Shayna. Or is it Shayna Von Shay? Tell me, which one are you today?
Lethal Carter, you know you sent this woman to Angie Stone. You see that ending right there? That was Michael. That was another young lady named Storm. And Shanna Blanchet. Blanchet, Shana Shell, whatever the hell. That was her. She knew Michael before they ever got together with Angie, living in Angie's house. She knew Michael. They had been working together. They had been working together for almost 3 years. So now, let me paint the picture for you. Dirty Lethal gets up on the scene, and Dirty Lethal propping up on the once prostitute, Shanna Shell, in his infamousy of liking the ladies, and whatever relationship that the two of them had, he convinced her to get close to Michael. This is my alleged story, and I'm going to tell it. Then he knows that Angie was trying to get her money. He knew that Angie Stone was trying to gather up enough money to take care of her family and get that transplant, because we know for a fact you got to have cash to get a transplant, and you got to have that money ready when these people give you the opportunity to do the surgery. Let's be truthful in the fact. Angie needed the money. She was struggling for the money. Let's tell the truth. So Lethal sees a golden opportunity. Dakota comes about. Lethal says, hey, well, we got a job right here. Angie needs somebody to help her get her royalties back. Chester Wilkins, Dakota, then sees an opportunity, and he presents himself to Angie through Lethal Carter. And then Angie signs a contract with Dakota and pays him $11,000 to start the job out of $40-something thousand. Don't hold me to the exact amount, but that's around the figure. Then Shanna has access to the information that Dakota was getting. And I'm not telling you what nobody told me. I'm telling you what Chester Wilkins told me himself, what Chester Wilkins allowed me to see for myself. And I saw that Shanna Shell had access to Chester Wilkins' files. Not what somebody told me, what he told me. I will stand on any stand and state it. I have the proof. Then, Chester not doing the job. Angie is frustrated. And she's frustrated rightly so, because she needs the money for her home, and she needs the money for the surgery. And on top of that, she's waiting on approval. Waiting on approval for a transplant. In waiting on approval, she had dialysis the day before she got on the road. And still in her frail health, got on the road to oblige her contractual duties. When she got there, they owed $15,000 for the rest of the money. She did the show, and they paid her money. $15,000 cash. I'll get back to that. But meanwhile, she then has a conversation with others to help her get her royalties. Thus, a new contract is signed. And in that new contract, they started researching and doing things in the correct manner, thus finding out that she was duped in the beginning. She was duped. And if you want me to be honest, I'll say it out of my own mouth. Vasal Benford ain't the one that duped her. Stone Paxton is not the one that duped her. They had nothing to do with it. In fact, I will proffer further information to back up the point that Shayna Shell did not want them involved because she wanted to control exactly what was going on. She wanted to control that she would have nobody else come up with any royalties outside of what her and Chester could get, because she knew that she had access to the back door, and she knew that she could control it at that point if Chester, in fact, would allow her to do so. Dakota. Now, this is the facts. And if anybody's mad at me from today on, that's what it is. Stone Paxton, Vasal Benford has nothing to do with any wrong in this situation because they were there to help save, but they were there too late. Too late. In 8 series, Stone laid it out to you. And he gave you all of the hints. But as Paul Harvey would say, and now for the rest of the story. And the story is, if Dakota wasn't greedy, why did you file against the estate for the other $30-something thousand to be paid to you? Why? Because you talked to me, Chester, and I told you. You said to me, Chester, that you needed to wait 90 days to file. You said that, Chester. I can testify to that. I can polygraph to that. I can depose to that. You see, what I had not told all of you in the past is that I was talking to almost everybody involved. And there were times that I had even told you, there's things that I know, but I can't say at this point. Everybody want to put this on the big ups, on the big top labels. No, it ain't the big top labels. It's them shimmy crooks from Shayna Shell down. Shayna, Lethal, Dakota. That's where the crooks are. It is no way possible that you people should be able to sleep well at night. No way possible. No way. No way. No. No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. Let's talk about it. Then you get a hit piece put on me to get me shut up, to get me moved out of the way, to get me to run possibly from my own demons of the past. No, I've been forgiven for that. No, I live with that. No, I serve time for that. So therefore, I don't care what anybody has to say because I did mine. I'm not on no paper. I'm not on no parole. I'm not doing any jail time. I I am finished. I did what I had to do, and I have no more responsibilities. So now my responsibility is to help to see a homegirl get justice for her family. My homegirl from South Carolina, Angie Stone, Columbia, South Carolina. Me being from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I'm going to tell the truth from the top of the pit of hell. I am going to say it loud. You people are not going to get away with this. You did this. And you did it as a money grab. But you fatally made a mistake. And that fatal mistake is vehicle homicide. Let me cam up and say this. It is vehicle homicide. You were looking for a money bag. You knew that there was a recall on that Mercedes Benz, and you tried to take advantage of that. And you wanted that advantage to be taken care of so that you can get some extra money, just like you've been doing all in the past. You've been looking to get a money bag, and you slipped up. You slipped up. You slipped up. You didn't think it was going to end like this. You didn't know it was going to end like this. You slipped. From your own mouth as a man, you stated to the world of what you used to do. The thing about it is, it's not what you used to do. It is currently what you do. It is currently how you make your bag. Then you had the audacity to have Dante Daly to tell me you donated $10,000 to him for what? Kids? You donating money for kids to Dante Daly for his nonprofit? Did that $10,000 come out of the $15,000 cash that was taken from the scene that day? Was it? Because Dante, you told me that, sir. You told me that out of your own mouth, sir. I have it on recording, sir. So you can't redact that. You can't do it. You cannot do it. People, this was a money grab. There was an accident, but the accident wasn't the accident. But it became the accident. Angie became the accident inside the accident. Because the accident was planned, allegedly. Shayna, you just thought. You thought for a minute there that you thought that um nobody would find out your real relationship with Lethal. You and this man right here knew what was going on. You know how I know this? Because you like control, Shanna. You are the same person, Shanna, that even had the audacity to try to take over the product distribution and call the distribution company for the products that Mr. Reginald had an agreement with Angie on and make that your thing. You have a trade name for Sacred Sound. Your name is trade name. I looked it up. And in that, product distribution is what you claim on there. Entertainment, as well as recording. You aspire to do these things. So just like with the royalties, you had the audacity to tell everybody they don't have the right to deal with us anymore. I make all the decisions. I call the shots. You wait till Angie Stone pass away to tell everybody that you call the shots. Sacred Sound. Because Angie did this. She did this right here. And because she did this, you figure you had the right to make the call.
To my daughter, Lady Diamond, to Swaybo Twain, to Sacred Sound, to Ashton Evans. I mean, all the people that are in my immediate circle, to Cornerstone Management, a new management company that is holding me down. I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. From Miss Juanita Wynn, for Paxton, Stone Paxton, wherever you are, for Sal Benton. Thank you guys so much for being in the clutches with me. The Bo, Lee Carter Lee, Christopher Williams, Ronnie Lloyd. I mean, I could go on and on and on for the people that are in my immediate 1, 2, 3 circle. But I will stop right here because the night is, we're getting late.
She said that they got in the crutches with her. She said that Stone Paxton and Vasal Benefit was in the crutches with her. They stood with her. To help her. And they did what they could. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. But in mid-flight of them doing their jobs, Shayna wanted to be in control. You notice she didn't call Octavius Weems' name? Because she had priorly had another case, a lawsuit, and the case got dismissed. But did it really? That's for another day. You, Shayna got all up in this. This is the Shayna Shell story. This is the Shayna Shell show. This is the Lethal Carter story. This is the Lethal Carter show. And let me officially say that this is the Lethal Carter Shayna Shell sector. That's what this is. Because this man plotted from the day he thought some money could be gotten. And instead of him doing business the right way, of transporting an artist such as Angie Stone with her frail body, he thought it of himself to try and get some money, thinking that he's going to get some money. But I'm telling you, sir, nothing you touch from this case will prosper to you. Shayna, nothing you do from this case will prosper to you. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Now let's talk. If we take our common sense and we put our common sense into this whole thing, common sense would say to me that you really felt that they may not be long. And so you wanted to secure a living for yourself. And you wanted to secure the right to be in charge on the money trail for the rest of your life. You wanted to be in charge. And you thought, allegedly, that you would be in charge. Because this is not to throw shade what I'm about to say, but we're going to talk about it. Shayna, you thought that Diamond would not be around this long. You thought that. And maybe even Diamond probably thought that. Shayna, I believe that you really think and thought that because of Michael's health, he may not be around this long, but he is. By God's grace, by God's mercy, by God's power, by God's healing grace, he's here. And because you didn't have the waiting fortitude, the fortitude of patience to wait things through, the heat was coming down on you. Diamond was advocating hard for you. We stand with Shayna. I was saying from day 2, March the 2nd, that you were no good. The moment Stone Paxton said Shayna Von Shea, I saw you were no good. I saw it. I saw it. I saw it plain as day. I still see it plain as day. I see it plain as day. On top of that, it is so disrespectful to take advantage of a man in his livelihood who cannot even defend himself because he's put in a situation with Angie Stone that he don't have nothing to do with because he is in prison. But him and his livelihood is brought to the forefront of the whole situation. Why? Because of the scandalous action of you, Shanna, and the scandalous action of Lethal, allegedly. I can imagine Mr. Robinson eating his noodles, laying on his cot, minding his business, counting his days down on a day he get out, going through count times, going through phone call time, going through the times of worrying about if the business is doing well. And then to have you come and try and destroy his business from a major lawsuit such as this to lose everything he has. Theft all over again. Will somebody put theft in the chat for me, please? A man that can't even defend himself at this point, who looks like the scapegoat, but he isn't. He isn't the scapegoat. I'm here to tell you. He's not the scapegoat. And the reason he's not the scapegoat is because of this. You rented the van. You rented it. And because you rented it, you put yourself in a situation to look like a big company doing transport when in fact, he ain't had nothing to do with that. He didn't hire you to do that job. You hired yourself to do that job. You, sir. You hired yourself to do the job. The wannabe big man on the campus. The wannabe big man among the stars. The wannabe big man in the music industry. The wannabe big shot girl who dreams of being a mogul. That man has built his business for years. That man family is doing what they can to survive while he himself is away. And you take the livelihood of that man and you put it at jeopardy for such a major lawsuit as this that could take everything from him because of your greed. This is supposed to be your friend, allegedly. This is supposed to be your H. Boone Coon, allegedly. This is supposed to be the person you holding it down for. Allegedly. But you see, Rhonda Wills is demanding a jury trial for this. And because Rhonda Wills is demanding a jury trial, if the judge allows it to get to the point of getting depositions, and did they have to depose everybody, the leakage of blood is going to leak so hard, it's going to look like a big leaky faucet. And it's going to leak so much that somebody's going to be left on life support. Because at the end of the day, this looks like a crime to me. That's what it looks like to me. Looks like a crime. Let's talk about it. I think that this was a crime that took place. And because you were looking for this bag, someone lost their life. And because you wanted that bag so bad, allegedly, you didn't care how you got it. And allegedly, all of you got together and you talked about it. There's a recall on Mercedes. So just file. People in the community, knowing that you're expecting a big settlement because you think that Mercedes is responsible for this, when in fact, you're responsible for this because you did this in your individual capacity. You did this. You did this. You did this. You did file suit.
Yeah, we had to with the Sprinter van and the truck.
Okay. So, because you weren't listed on the suit with the twins, them.
Nah.
So you have a separate attorney.
Yep.
Oh, okay. You hear how he said nah? He said nah. Like, I already know I can't sue him because I know that Lethal rented the van for a few dollars to do the job. Nah. That's Dante Daly that you just heard. Nah. Because you knew what was going on, Dante. You knew what was going on, man. You knew what was going on. You knew. You knew right from the start. You gathered the beans from the start. You got back, then you made the announcement for your engagement. You told me you're getting married in Myrtle Beach. After you said you were getting married in Myrtle Beach, I said, oh, Myrtle Beach, my home. Yeah. Yes, sir. Wants all my family. Yes, sir. That's what you told me. Then you had the audacity to say, nah, elite transportation is not the real owner. The reason you said it's not the real owner, because you knew that Mr. Robinson was in prison, and you knew that Mr. Robinson didn't have anything to do with that hire. You knew that. You knew that. You knew that. That's why you didn't get in on the lawsuit with the 6, Dante. That's why you didn't file a lawsuit against Lethal, Dante, because you knew. Now, if you didn't know, come up here and dispute it. Get up here and say, that's not true. Let me hear you say it. I'm going to say like y'all say, we standing on business over here because we got the facts. Come on up. I never got a cease and desist. I never got told not to say anything because you know I was telling the truth from the very beginning. Ain't no huff and puff. And you thought that I was chump enough to just run and duck my tail? Sometimes it's good to just keep quiet for a while and just let things fester and see where they go. They'll implode on their own self. You know exactly how Angie lost her life. You know exactly how it took place. You know exactly where it took place. And you ain't going to make me believe that that tractor trailer ran her over. You're not going to make me believe that. You ain't going to make me believe that. You ain't going to make me believe that at all. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And I'm sickened by it. Makes me feel like I got to puke. Makes me feel like that I can't justify the buffoonery that was presented by you guys. Buffoonery. It's almost a disgrace to see how you could band together and get on stage to do a tribute concert, but you can't do enough of a tribute to say to the world that we loved Angie Stone, to say to the world that this accident happened by mistake, to say to the world that we miss her, to say to the world something about what happened. But you won't say nothing. The truth prevails. The truth won't stop you from getting a suit from the company. If you're telling the truth, you're telling the truth. But if you got something to hide, you would keep silent. If you got something to hide, you don't want the world to know the facts. You don't want that. You don't want that. You don't want that at all. You don't want it to take place because you want the world to believe that it was a simple accident. You want the world to believe that all was good in the hood when it wasn't. You want the world to believe that it's all tight.
Mm-hmm. Somebody asked me, do I trust Shayna Shell? Yes, I do. My mother trusted her. My brother trusts her. Yes, I do. And if you have a problem with Shayna, then that means you got a problem with me.
Trademark of Sacred Sound covers recording artists, recordings, video production, video, clothing, products, all of that. It covers all of that. So that means that your brand is going to be the brand of Sacred Sound. And unless you're owners of Sacred Sound, how are you going to recover what Sacred Sound gets? You're going to sue them after the fact? After the fact, you're going to sue? How about not even get there? Just check it now. It's your mother. It's Michael's mother. And you two have the right to make all decisions. Make the decisions without anybody but you and your brother. In any contracts that Angie Stone made for anyone collecting from the MLS, y'all get those funds directly. Get you a lawyer and set up a LLC. Let those funds go to the LLC and do business the proper under your own names. Call it the Angie Stone Family Fund. Call it anything you want, but do not allow it to be Sacred Sound.
Now after this, Lead Bell said he forgot he had some of Mangio, so he knew to drive her back to the crash site with Shauna. But now when they got back from the hospital, little did Shauna know Lethal had another ride in mind. And this one didn't involve a Sprinter van, no ma'am. His other little girlfriend showed up, and baby Shayna was heated. We're talking red hot jealousy, all she's supposed to be, comforting her grieving. Man, instead she's over there giving her side piece the evil eye, like he was the one that flipped the van twice. A whole circus is unfolding while Angie Stone's body hadn't even made it back to Georgia. You cannot make this up. Now fast forward just a few days before Angie's funeral, and what's Shayna doing? Is she helping coordinate with the family, holding space for Angie's children? Nope, she's out here burning bridges and isolating Angie's kids from everyone who might actually have their best interest at heart. She started alienating close friends, longtime confidants, anyone who might guide Diamond or Michael Archer through this tragedy with clarity and caution. Instead, Shayna starts positioning herself like a chess piece, making cold, calculated moves to seize power. Shayna, you ain't right. Shayna, you ain't right. Shayna, you ain't right. Shayna, you ain't right. Right. y'all were back to the crash, sided with Shauna. But now when they got back from the hospital, little did Shauna know Lethal had another ride in mind. And this one didn't involve a Sprinter van, no ma'am. His other little girlfriend showed up, and baby Shayna was heated. We're talking red hot jealousy. While she's supposed to be comforting her grieving, man, instead she's over there giving her side piece the evil eye, like he was the one that flipped the van. Twice a whole circus is unfolding, while Angie Stone's body hadn't even made it back to Georgia. You cannot make this up. Now fast forward just a few days before Angie's funeral, and what's Shayna doing? Is she helping coordinate with the family, holding space for Angie's children? Nope, she's out here burning bridges and isolating Angie's kids from everyone who might actually have their best interests at heart. She started alienating close friends, long-time confidants.
And this is Quiet Storm FM. I'm your host, Tony, and I want you to sit back, relax, as we intervene in the life of Mr. Lethal Gordon. One who I call the captain of criminality. And the setup that possibly have killed Angie Stone.
Climbing, can't you see? They're trying to make a move to eliminate you, because they figure you go the prison. And yes, they'll control everything, and by the time you get out, Angie's side will be no more. And what do you think is gonna happen to your sickly brother when all the power and all the money is in the hands of Shauna Shai? The woman your mother wanted gone, the woman who's doing nasty, freaky things with the criminal who was reckless, ain't driving the van. Do you believe your brother is physically safe when it's all said and done and the judges made their final ruling and the money's in place? Is he safe on those weekdays after dialysis? Is she whipping up Delta wellness concoctions for him too?
You can't think we forgot about you, Mims, or Dr. Raynor.
That P.O. box can't hide you when the feds come knocking, like they are planning to do. My investigators still know where you are. Diamond, it doesn't make you suspicious that now after fainting Alicia, he suddenly remembers the stealing. Will just had a mind of its own, and bam, the VAN is through. That's much more believable than I don't remember. I don't believe it, but I'm sure they idiots you talk to on a daily basis believe it, and Mercedes won't believe it either.
That's right. Mercedes ain't gonna believe it. They're not gonna believe this story. Period. They're not gonna believe it. They're not gonna believe it because they know it's a bunch of foofa. It's a bunch of foofa, foofa, foofa. That's what it is. 2 months ago, I made those songs. Almost 3 months ago. And look at today. Where's Shanna right now? Is she in Jamaica? Is she in New Mexico? Where is she at? Is she in Florida? Is she in Cancun? Did she rent one of these vans and take her a long trip somewhere? Did Liddell and her leave somewhere together? Where are they at? Is Dante really a ringleader? Is Dante Daly going to go to court? Is Fannie Willis's office going to step up to the plate and finally do something? Will they? Judge McAfee himself on the bench said that the state attorney's office was careless and too soft on crime. He used the phrase soft on crime. But allegedly, I believe he wanted to say ain't good at all when it comes to crime. Because you're letting people get away. You're hiding people. I think that maybe you're hiding people for a better lifestyle that you're living. Collecting from the fruits of the poisonous tree. Allegedly. I'll say it again. Collecting from the fruits of the poisonous tree. Fanny, we understand you do like the men. You did enjoy one of your work mates. Y'all took lavish trips together, spent a lot of money. You paid him a real good salary. So if you did that for the right price, you'll definitely hire another criminal. I don't see why you wouldn't. I don't see it at all. So again, let's talk about it. What if they would have handled Lethal Carter in the state of Georgia like they were supposed to have? And he would have been supervised in a manner which he should have for trafficking rugs. Being on probation 9 years, 9 months for trafficking rugs. But after being on that probation for 2 years, they let him go about and move about the way he wanted to. I don't even think they're drug testing him. I believe he's able to do whatever he wants. If the prosecutor's office were really doing their jobs, then maybe they would have looked into it to see if a felony had been committed just for him leaving the state, carrying commercial passengers down the highway not properly covered. That violates your probation. At best, they should have been able to violate and hold him till they got down to the facts of what's really going on. But no one has done that. I don't even know if they're investigating the true driver's license issue. I don't know. But with the record of the prosecutor's office, I doubt it. I doubt it seriously. So to Diamond and Michael, we send our love to you. And we hope that all will go well. And we hope that you will be able to recover. And we believe that the Almighty will definitely control favor on your behalf. We believe that all royalties due to you will come to you. We believe that righteousness will prevail over everything. For greater is he that is within you than he that is within the world. I pray that the hearts of those in the van will be touched. Those that have been hurt inside of the house, that are no longer there, be healed. Family members that are hurt, be made whole. And everyone come together for one righteous cause to get justice for Angie. I pray that September 18th will be prosperous for you, Diamond, and it all will be well. Miracles do happen. They happen. God would not be mocked to have such a virtuous woman as Angie Stone, to be so loving to help others.